Mr. O'Brien, transport him directly to the bridge.
Aye, sir. Energizing.
Security team to the bridge. Belay that order, Lieutenant.
I just wanted to thank you all for your support. It's been fun.
From the StreamYard Studios on YouTube, this is Jeopardy! And here's your host, John DeMarco.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this week's edition of Jeopardy! We're glad you're here, and with us, as always, is our co-host, Professor Brainy Specs.
Hey, John. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
And welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, I'm sorry we've been away for so long, but we're glad to be finally back this week. So I want to say a quick hello to everyone, then we'll launch into our first game. So, say welcome to Thomas, first of all. Good to see you. I believe he was first in the chat earlier. Hello to Patrick. Good to see you as well. He's been doing his own Trek Feud game on his channel. You should check that out if you get a chance, usually on Friday nights. Welcome to Mercer. Good to see you. Welcome to Anna. Glad you could stop by. Greetings also to Omni, who is our, I believe, our returning champion. So we'll be seeing him again in a few minutes. Greetings to Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Glad you could make it. Hello also to Scott Rick. Good to see you. Welcome also to Mike Richards. Always good to see you. And greetings also, Matthew Ross. Glad you could stop by. I believe, make sure I didn't miss anybody. I'll say hello to Brad Wolf as well. I'm not sure if I said that yet or not, but thanks for stopping by. I believe that brings us up to date. So let's bring up our first three contestants for round one, including so we start with our returning champion, OmniCast, who's looking very ominous tonight.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Be challenged by Patrick and Mercer.
Good evening. How
Welcome,
are you?
gentlemen.
Hello.
Hey, Mercer. Long time no see.
That was a week
Boy,
hello.
You have so much energy, Mercer.
Hello.
You about blew me out of the StreamYard.
I'm here.
I just barely made it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. All right.
Can we get a Pepsi while you guys are getting the first round going?
Yeah, get some Joe Cola or something, right?
Yeah, wow. Lubricate those throats, because
Exactly.
you'll need to provide some answers.
Why, is there a musical section
questions.
tonight? Do we have to sing part of the answers or no?
Only
We'll
in,
find out in a little bit.
Oh, all right.
only in the original Klingon.
Okay.
Welcome. Good to be here.
It's good that you're here.
Well, thank you.
We've missed you all.
I know.
Get used to flying a Huey.
Well, that was my line.
You're right. It's still my favorite scene with Sulu ever.
He's saying, boo, Cinnabon is defending champion. Is that true? I don't remember who the defending champion was.
I went back to my records to confirm, but yes, Omni is our currently defending champion.
Okay.
So just standard Cabal banter then.
Basically, yes.
A distinct possibility.
You say banter, I say propaganda. It's the same,
Yeah.
you know.
It's have to do with the 3 or 4 episodes that I've watched. I'm in trouble this game.
Ooh. That looks like Omni has his game phase on tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool.
Welcome, Stephen.
I'm in the lore cabal. That's what I'm with right now.
So no longer on vacation.
Nope.
You left the cabin.
It's all business.
And Thomas is angry. Most likely.
What else is new? There's always some grievance or another with Thomas. But he's welcome up here to play and settle it in the squared circle of Jeopardy. Come on.
Unfortunately, I believe he's working this evening.
That's true.
Yeah, it's always the same excuse.
That's tough. That's tough.
Oh,
I barely made it here in time myself, so I know what that's like.
Was there a board meeting?
Yes. Well, it's it's Saturday night, so it's lobsters and cigars, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's more like that. Scotch, and
Gotcha.
we charge the dinners to the company card, that kind of thing. So
See. If you say so.
I wish.
Yeah, it's been a long road.
yeah. It's been a long road getting from there to here.
That was so funny, that
And-
video that Matt posted with the Voyager intro with the Enterprise music.
Oh, yeah. It actually worked.
I know. I was like, this actually looks looks better than what we had. Like, that worked better. I don't know why.
And hello, Mr. T. Dowd. Long time no see.
Hey.
Indeed, about 5 months.
You're talking about it
Put a
from a few weeks
I need
ago,
to put a
right?
visual.
The video that he posted from a few weeks ago. That was
Well,
great.
I think he just posted it a couple days ago on his Discord. Maybe it was posted a few weeks ago. I don't know, but somewhere else.
No, I don't think I've seen it.
It's
Welcome,
the
Brad
Voyager
Wolf.
intro with Enterprise music over it.
I figured that's what it was, which is why I didn't watch it.
It actually worked.
I
It
know.
really did.
I don't know why it does, but it does.
I've seen it.
Looks like Mr. VP is not happy with my image.
Oh, I see.
It's burning his eyes.
Oh, I see. He's in the room. Hey, Mr. VP, what's up?
Greetings, Mr. VP.
T-Dowd's here. Wow, we got the whole gang. Brad Wolf is saying, I hope Omni saved me the tails. I got lobster mac and cheese to
It's
make.
good.
Okay.
It's good to see everyone back. It's been a while, and it's kind of a good break. I think we all kind of needed a break because that way you appreciate it when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
You have a point.
Finally, a good game again.
Not
Not
refresher, re-break. It's a good thing, and I'm glad that you guys are okay from that awful hurricane, double header hurricane.
That was scary, John.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my brother lives in Tampa too, so
And shout out to Danny. He's home again. And
Well, that's
happy.
great.
He's doing very well.
That's good news.
good.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally
Fingers
good to have him
crossed,
there.
prayers going out that he
Absolutely.
stays that way.
By the way, speaking of the background that you have, John, I always thought that when they come out onto the bridge with those old uniforms and that opening scene, they look so good that I almost wish they kept those uniforms. They
They're
all
very
look so
short.
awesome. They all look so awesome in those uniforms.
Like, these look better than the DS9 uniforms they transitioned into, right?
Yeah,
These are better, yeah.
They look more cinematic. You almost wish the writers would have come up with some reason why they had to keep those uniforms.
Like they were stuck in the holodeck and they had to command the ship from the old ship somehow, right? They had a
Right, or maybe the Enterprise needed a stencil to like steer itself, instead of like, like they had to go through old-fashioned steering techniques to fly the ship.
to control the actual Enterprise, right? The controls were routed through the holodeck somehow.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Something
that would
like-
be funny.
What's a stunsel?
But they should have kept those uniforms. It would have been really cool.
Yeah, it was clever.
Well, gentlemen.
I hate the fact that they gave Worf a chair. That was stupid.
He didn't deserve one after 7 years, though. I mean, come on.
He just looks better standing. Like he doesn't sit.
More commanding, more intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're ready.
Are you?
Mercer says we're ready. We're ready. We're ready already. Let's do this.
All right. Let's see if I remember how to do this.
You a little rusty, Jeff?
A little rusty, yes.
Do buzzers?
It can be
Well,
as
that's
rusty
up
as
to you
me.
guys.
My
That's
finger
up to you
hurts from
guys.
last night. I don't know.
It can never be as rusty as me.
All right, we'll do regular, I guess. We'll do
Well, if you wouldn't pound on that button so much.
Oh, wrong show. Sorry.
Ow, my finger hurts. Okay.
Let's play Jeopardy.
Professional animations. Love it.
Category 1, The Reliant. Category 2, The Odyssey.
First category, O, technology.
Oh, shoot.
Next, all hands to battle stations. In this category, you'll be provided a quote, and I want you to tell us who said it. Our visual category, end credits from TOS Season 1. I want you to identify the episode it's from.
You did it,
And be
didn't you?
warned, don't rely too much on the image in the background. Our next
Indeed.
category, Admiral Nechayev. And finally, rigged TOS.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow.
OmniCast, our returning champion.
Don't like
You get to
any
go
of,
first.
I don't like any of these.
This is definitely not what I studied for.
End credits.
Oh.
Let's do O technology for 1,000. Let's just start there.
During the journey to Taiga Core, Ducat was unable to use his imposing Klingon holofilter because these refused.
What are optronic relays?
That's right.
I made quite an opposing Klingon.
I would have said optical relays, but okay.
Very good. Very good. Off to a good start. Patrick, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi. Let's go with all hands to battle stations for 800.
Tactical alert. All hands to battle stations.
Who is Reed?
That is
Malcolm.
incorrect.
Oh,
Mercer.
Hmm. I'm not going to guess. I'm just going to pass. I don't want to risk it.
Omni.
oh yeah, here you can pass.
I'm sorry. You want who said it? Is that what you want?
Yep.
Who said it?
All right. Pass.
It's too bad Cinnamon wasn't here.
That
That
was
was Hoshi Sato.
Which episode are we talking about? Interesting.
I believe that was from Affliction.
Let's go with rigged TOS for 800. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna try it.
Jealous of Alon's impending marriage, Crichton rigged these components so they would blow up the moment the Enterprise engaged warp drive.
Oh. 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 Well, it's TOS, so they probably didn't really think too much of the technology terms. I'm going to pass. I'm not going to guess. I'm just going to pass.
Omni.
I'm sorry. I was here. I think he rigged the. What are antimatter chamber?
Not quite, sorry.
Patrick.
What are antimatter pods?
That's what I was looking for.
Oh my goodness!
Phew. Back at zero. Yay.
Hey, at least you didn't have to spend 6 hours getting platinum out of the antimatter relays.
All right. OmniCast, back to you, sir.
Let's do O technology for 800, please.
Due to his experience with maglev carriages, Neelix suggested using this transportation system to escape the planet's surface before the next asteroid impact.
What is an orbital tether?
That's correct.
Space elevator. Indeed.
Very good. All right, Patrick, back to zero. It's your turn.
Let's go with rigged TOS for 600.
Scotty rigged a delayed detonation device on the Constellation that would give the Enterprise this many seconds to beam Kirk out before the impulse engines blew.
What is 10?
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Mercer.
What is 30?
That's it.
Oh, Freddy.
There's no stopping it, no going back.
Hit that red switch, it's
this
all
one.
over.
Watch that episode.
Press,
That's a great
press
episode.
this one. 30 seconds later.
Oh,
Once it's activated, there's no way to stop it.
I love that episode. It's so good.
That red switch.
should have known that.
Let's try all hands to battle stations for 1,000.
All hands to the battle stations. Prepare to open fire on the Enterprise immediately.
Oh, dude. What the heck is that guy's name? I can't think of the guy's name, so I'm not going to guess. Pass.
Omni.
Pass.
Patrick.
I have no idea. Pass.
Is it the guy from the Ultimate Computer?
No, that was Core
Or
in the episode
Okay.
Time Trap.
Oh, that's not
it's a
Right.
trap. It's a
Yep.
trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
All right, Omni, back to you again.
Let's do O for 600, please.
Troy passed the engineering section of the bridge officer's test when she ordered Hollow LaForge to his death to repair this type of severed conduit.
Pass.
Patrick.
Yeah, no pass.
Mercer.
what is an ODN conduit?
That is correct.
Oh,
What was that
man, that's
episode? I
just...
love that little.
Of course it's ODN.
That was the one where Data, Thine Own Self. It's
Yeah, but I love that. I love that they actually made her test pretty good. You know, they actually made it like she had to like literally order somebody she knew to die. It was a cool idea.
I think that was the point.
Yeah, but they did. I'm just saying the writers did a good job because when they tried to do it, some of these times when they do tests and stuff, you can tell that they don't really. They kind of wimp out, but they didn't wimp out. Anyway,
I can drop for a second there, but I'm back, it seems.
You are back, and it is your turn, Patrick.
And it's my turn. Okay.
Got some work to do.
Yeah, I'm rusty. Damn. Technology 400.
After Icheb donated his cortical node, he assumed that Seven's tears were a result of this device malfunctioning, but the doctor reassured them that it was functioning perfectly.
I'm not remembering that at all.
Wow, Brad.
No, pass.
Mercer.
Wow.
I could guess. I'm gonna guess whatever. What is an optronic relay?
I'm afraid not.
Darn.
Omni.
pass. What is it? Optical implant or something?
Ocular implant.
Ocular.
I took a guess. I took the risk. I took a guess just because I wanted to take a guess.
That's a show prerogative.
Okay, Mercer, it's your turn.
Let's do Nichea for 1,000.
Least favorite admiral.
As part of the Starfleet response to attacks by Lore's rogue Borg, the Cheyev directed Picard to take command of this group of starships, which consisted of the Enterprise, the Crazy Horse, and the Agamemnon.
Group of starships. What is group of starships? Models in stage 18. No, I don't know. I'll pass.
Omni.
You want the name of the group? I don't understand the question.
There was a name given to this group of ships.
I know it's... okay, pass. I think I know
Gotcha.
the number.
No, not touching this one. Pass.
It's like Task Force something, but I don't know the number.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
Task Force, but
3.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, okay.
I just have her voice in my head.
I knew there was a number.
What a terrible lady she was.
Wow. You're welcome, Brad. Okay, it's Omni's turn.
5.
Let's finish out O technology for 200, please.
Due to a shortage of ships, the Dominion placed hundreds of these throughout the Chintaka system.
Pass.
Patrick.
What are orbital platforms?
Very good.
Multiple weapon platforms.
Yeah, weapon platforms. That's the entire name.
Those special effects for those things were awesome.
Very good.
Yeah, they were pretty good. All right, Patrick, it's your turn.
400 to go. All hands to battle stations for 400.
Alert status 1. All hands to battle stations. We are going to rescue the Bemoth survivors.
Who is Worf?
That's correct.
You're back into cosmic territory.
Yes, now to
Indeed
stay
he
there.
is. All right, Mercer, it's your turn.
Let's try all hands to battle stations for 600, please.
Got it.
Beam me aboard and lay in a pursuit course. All hands to battle stations.
I think I know who it is, but let me think if it could be anybody else. Who is Cisco?
That's correct.
Yes.
Well
Boom.
done.
That was from when he's chasing after Eddington, right?
Paddington.
That's right.
Exactly.
Paddington.
Well done. Well done, Mercer. The game just got tight. All right, Omni, it's your turn.
There.
End credits for 1,000, please. What is the Squire of Gothos?
Nicely done.
Wow.
Very well done.
Yeah,
You got a third one there, Brad. I don't know how you got that. Very, very good. Patrick, it's your turn.
He made fun of him.
Let's go with a safe one. All hands to battle station for 200. Need some points.
Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Captain Picard to the bridge.
Yeah, that's from the movie. Well, who is Data? I would say.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
Mercer.
Said that.
Who is Riker?
That's right.
Of course. it's
Riker.
right.
Well, nobody
It is
says
a movie.
Red Alert better than Riker. I'm convinced that
Red
Riker.
alert!
Yeah,
Best Red Alert. Was,
it is from his background. It's the movie. I was
think
thinking it was an.
I think the best part of Picard season 1 was when he orders shields on his own house. That felt so Star Trek to me. He's like shields up in his own house.
It's beautiful.
Anyway, I'll go with Admiral Nate. I can never pronounce his name for 800.
800. Nechayev.
After speaking to the Chayev's aide, Picard learned that the Admiral was very fond of this food.
Oh. Wow, this is a total Jeopardy question. These are good clues, by the way, and I'm going to pass.
Omni.
What are Balerian canapes?
That'd be it.
Well, I'm glad I didn't take a guess. I was going to say shrimp.
And Omni, it's your turn.
End credits for 800. Pass.
Patrick.
Well, you have the Guardian there, but I can't remember what his name. Pass. Damn.
Mercer.
What is Devil in the Dark?
That's right.
Vandenberg.
Yep.
Right.
Love that episode.
Yep.
Burnt to a crisp.
Don't necessarily pay attention to the picture.
Burnt to a crisp. He says that like 3 times in the episode.
All right,
Silicon
Patrick.
nodules.
Don't pay attention to the picture. That's the whole point of that round. It's the
Okay,
image round.
we'll try it. End credits for 600.
Well, It's Patrick's turns.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's my turn.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, Patrick. Sorry about
That's
that.
not a problem.
I meant the image behind the credits. Don't pay attention to that necessarily.
And I'm sorry I skipped you, Patrick. It's
So
your
they didn't use the images of the episode in the episode.
In the end credits, they
How-
would use shots
how-
from various episodes, put them together.
How quaint! I never.
So you're not going to have Ubu sit in these pictures, are you? So you remember Ubu?
Good
sit?
dog.
Good dog.
So
It's
you really need to
probably
recognize
not.
the name of the guest actor then.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. Okay, well let's try the 600 of that then. The end credits. Why not?
All right, you found the daily double, and you are 5,400 points behind the leader. You only have 200 points, but you can bet up to 2,000.
Yeah, I really don't want to go negative, but you need to do something. Let's go 600. Why not?
All right, for 600 points.
Hmm. Those names.
Right.
Oh man. Yeah, and I cannot pass on this one. What is Change of Armageddon?
Sorry, he's out of
Too
time.
late? Too late.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I knew it. It's not a problem.
But you got it right.
But I got
It
it
was just
right.
too late.
Wow.
Just too late.
That's not a
A
problem.
little late.
Yeah, need to be fast.
Sorry about that.
Come on. It's not a problem.
Mercer.
I'll take rigged for 1,000.
That's so strange to hear.
This officer, sorry, excuse me. This officer reported that the deflector screens were rigged at full power, and just in time, since the Armenians started taking pot shots at the Enterprise.
I don't remember the Armenian, so this sounds like animated, so I'm going to have to pass.
Omni.
Well, it's not. It's the episode I think we just talked about, and I think it was the guy in charge of the bridge, DePaul. Who was DePaul?
That's right. Nicely done.
I thought you said to Paul.
You're thinking of Paul from Enterprise.
DePaul.
Yeah, exactly.
DePaul.
Default, whatever. No, Thomas, I was too late, and that's just it.
Brad
You're
said
not
we
reading
took
it.
too long to find the daily double this round. I kind of like it later.
That means the points are actually worth something.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
All right, Omni.
Let's do end credits for 4. I'm sorry, that was Where No Man Has Gone Before. What is Where No Man Has Gone Before?
That's right.
Good job from me.
Kelso.
Wow.
Didn't make it.
Of course you didn't. It's TOS. It's a 90% chance that they die.
Wow.
Well, it's true.
All right, Patrick. It's your turn.
Yeah, let's go with the Admiral for 600.
The Chans explained to Picard that colonies on the wrong side of the new Cardassian border would have to be moved, such as the North American Indian colony on this planet.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. Wasn't that? Oh man, it's. What is Dorfin 5?
That's right.
I needed to think of the 5. Man. Okay. I'm now really staying here. Come on.
Good job.
Bust it.
Good
Come
job.
on.
Nicely done,
Thank you.
Mercer.
Thanks,
All
Mercer.
right, I'm going to go rigged for 400.
With the Enterprise under control of these aliens, Spock and Scotty rigged a way to cause the ship to explode during the crossing of the galactic barrier?
Oh, who are the? I don't know how to say it. Andromedans and Andromedians. Who are the Kelvins? Who are the Kelvins?
There you go.
Almost the same.
Yeah, you caught yourself at the end.
Yeah. I remember Red Letter Media did a great breakdown of that scene where they're going through the elevator and they're planning that. You have to watch it on their 09 review. It's really good.
All right, Omni, it's your turn.
End credits for 2. What is Balance of Terror?
The greatest episode.
Here they use the correct image.
Yeah.
Usually they do.
I was so disappointed when they recasted him for Strange New Worlds, but of course they had to because Mark Leonard passed away. But the guy that they got was not good.
Nichea for
Well.
400, please.
The episode was not good. The series was not good. Oh, sorry. Get off my soapbox.
Jay described this group as a bunch of irresponsible hotheads.
Isn't that? What are the McKee?
That's right.
Almost
That's almost
said
like
the
to say that
Kardashians.
after context. It never made sense to me to put the Maquis on Voyager because the Maquis is all about fighting for their homeland, and since everybody on Voyager is far, like 70,000 miles away, it just had no, didn't offer anything to have the Maquis on that show because the Maquis, like I said, was all about fighting for their home, which is now on the wrong side of the border, and it didn't matter by the time you get. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
All right, Mercer. Which
Side of the border.
I'll do Rick.
which 200 would you like?
I'll do 200. Admiral. I'll do Admiral.
Admiral.
During her first visit to the Enterprise, Nichea relieved Picard of command and turned the captain's chair over to this officer.
Who is Captain Edward Jellicoe?
That's correct.
I never forgave her for that. No.
Oh, that was a great scene. She was no BS either. No tea,
Nope.
no idle chit chat.
All right, Omni, you get the last clue.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
The Enterprise was unable to beam up the Cestus 3 landing party because Sulu had rigged up the defensive screens upon being attacked by an unidentified vessel that turned out to be from this species.
Well, they know the species because it's been identified previously in encounters the year before. So,
Non-canon information.
irrelevant, non-canon. What are the Gorn?
The Gorn.
The Gorn! I said the Gorn.
Are we having a throat contest?
I'm not sure. Sure. Cosmobuzz, link in the private chat. Let's head to final.
I saw the new clip from season 3 of SNW, and it was terrible.
It was definitely.
It was really
Some
bad.
people.
Final.
They make Pike look like a weak captain. Yeah. He's asking for suggestions on everything.
Well, the theory is he was injured or hurt or something. He wasn't 100% there. That
Was
the
he?
theory.
I don't know. I didn't see the previous episode, but
mentally handicapped is not an injury.
Wow.
Wow.
I just think the writing
All right.
is all over the
Let's
place.
consider how much you would like to wager upon this category.
Rigged the movies.
4,200.
And by the way, if anyone wants to join us in the next round, you can go ahead and click that link that's pinned at the top of the chat.
Please let Matthew play if he hasn't played yet, because he hasn't played yet.
I'd be happy to have him play, although I don't see him backstage at the moment.
Where is he?
All right. Let's clear your entry boxes and reveal the clue.
On approach to Kittimer, Uhura reported that if Chang's bird of prey was there, she was rigged for this.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
Best team ever. Team tune.
No, not the best.
Well,
That's the best one.
That's right, baby. You know it.
I wish I could do it. I wish I could do it with my mouth.
oh no.
I can't
That's not
do
from
it
a
with my
game
mouth.
show. That doesn't count. That's not a game show.
It should be a game show theme.
T-Dow, thanks for noticing. I've been training in the off weeks. Thank you for picking up on that. It's not easy. I'm in the gym, working, sweating, watching Star Trek, training.
While doing your in-jitsu exercises?
Yes, I do. Oh, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go play some velocity. Go to the phaser range.
You can defute that. Huh? Defute. Refute.
Let's find out who won, shall we? Patrick, you had 1,600 points entering final Jeopardy. What was your response to the clue?
Silent running. That is correct.
Yay.
Well done. Your wager?
$15.99.
Giving you 3,199 points. Well done.
Respectable for the trouble I had.
Mercer, you were in second place at 4,200 points. You replied to the clue.
Silent running. Good to be back. Kapla. Happy birthday, Seth. Oh, very nice. You also got the correct response.
Yay!
Nice.
And what was your wager? 4,000 points. Giving you 8,200 points. Well done. All right, got a game here. OmniCast, you had the lead at 8,200 points. Your reply?
Silent running. Rigged.
Good job.
Hashtag rigged.
Zero?
Yep.
You bet
Hashtag
zero?
rigged.
You bet zero?
And what was your bet?
No.
201 points, giving you 8,401 points. And Omni,
Good job,
you're the
Omni.
champion.
I couldn't bet zero because you would have beaten me if you bet at all.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about it. I probably should.
But that would have been cool if I did. We would have had a tie, right? And then
Yeah, it would have been cool.
tiebreaker.
Yep.
Yeah. Good points, though, Mercer. That was great. Good game.
Very good
Okay,
points.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me back. If you need somebody for round 3, I'll be sticking around.
Yep.
But that was a great game.
As will I, just in case, because you never know.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back for the third round if he's not backstage now. I don't know where he is.
But it was good being back here and giving answers.
Dude,
No questions and answers.
Patrick, your background looks so good. I hated when they added like the blue flooring to that to that bridge in the fourth
Blue
season.
flooring didn't bother me as much.
I didn't mind the blue
like
either,
that
yeah.
It was weird. It was just a little too much. I don't know. It wasn't as cool.
What was weird in
like-
season 4, they added all those blinky lights, like on the bridge, right? The blinky stuff
Yeah.
on the walls and all those little extra screens they added.
But at least they didn't have those stupid columns that they put on the
I
Columbia.
hated those.
You know, it was like, oh, let's have something that looks like it's doing something columns.
These lighted columns. Like, yeah, I didn't know what that was for.
But I did love the shot where you see from the outside of the Columbia and the camera zooms in right to her eyes. I'm like, damn, I wonder how much they paid for that shot. You know, right to the captain's eyes from the outside.
Making it even bigger for Mr. VP. You like
I always loved the set though, because they actually had like tactical controls.
And speaking of Mr. VP, welcome,
real
Mr.
quick before you
VP.
go, the episode I watched the most from Enterprise I can always rewatch it is Singularity. That's my favorite episode.
Oh, I love that
It's
episode.
my, it's my
think-
favorite because I can watch it no matter what mood I'm in and laugh like a lot. Good to see you, VP, Mr. VP.
Carrots!
Hey, Steven. All versions of that bridge are terrible. No.
Good game, Omni.
Justice for Tuvik.
Hi.
Hey, thanks, Mercer. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to the back room, and we'll see you later.
Yeah.
on.
You guys can throw
Nice,
me
nice.
backstage, just not too harshly, because I hurt my shoulder the other day. So you
Your
yank me
pussies.
back there too hard, it'll hurt.
Well, be careful with that then.
Thanks. See you later.
Oh, I didn't realize I was already on the stage. I'm sorry. I could have verbalized my addiction. For those in the YouTube channel who can't read the private chat, I typed in all versions of that bridge are terrible. Hello, everyone.
I think we should let Mr. VP go. Yes.
So, Mr. VP, you think that bridge is worse than some of the newer bridges that are out nowadays? Is that what you're saying?
Let me just think.
With big windows, humongous glass, transparent aluminum windows in the front of the bridge?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Okay, yeah.
No,
And
no.
if anyone out there would like to play, we have an open spot right now.
Wow. Come on up, Thomas. Brad Wolf's out there. T-Dowd, I would love to play you. Please, T-Dowd, come on.
Come on, T-Dowd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. T, come on up. Come on down. You're the next
I'll be right
contestant
back,
on.
guys.
Well, I wonder what Cinnabon's been up to.
I wonder.
Plotting something, no doubt.
It's always down those lines, right? It's
We can only assume.
Thank you, guys. Before we play, can I just say a few important stuff to the people watching? It's not begging on Enterprise or anything like that.
Sure.
Because a lot of you very kindly asked me how I was and how I was going, and I find it when people ask me how it's going, I find it very difficult to reply because I'm a very slow typer, and people often ask me all at once, and so I have to just kind of I'm not ignoring it. I'm very grateful for the asking and the greetings, but if I reply to one, I feel like I have to reply to all, and I find it very difficult. So thank you, Mr. T-Dowd, for asking how I was and saying hi, and thank you for Brad Wolf saying hi and saying it was good to see me, and Patrick said hi to me in the chat, and Omni also.
Of course.
said hi. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anyone, but whenever you guys do that, just know that I'm not ignoring you. I just find it very hard to reply because of my very slow typing speed. So I really do appreciate you saying hi and asking how I am. I just can't get back to you all, that's all.
But you were able to type in the private chat, all versions of that bridge are terrible. That you were
Yeah,
able to
but-
get out. Okay.
But that took me a little bit of time to talk. By the time, you guys were talking for a bit between when I started it and when I ended it. If people are saying hi very fast, then it's very hard. You know what I mean? Especially
Yes, I know.
especially if people are saying, "How's it going?" as well. I have to explain how I'm feeling, and that's even longer. So,
Sure, no, I understand.
yeah.
Plus, it's a
So-
labor of love to trash Enterprise, so that's you can get through
Yeah.
that easier. You know, it's
Well, it
a
wasn't
smile on your
easier.
face as you're typing it, right? It's
Yeah. Well, I just knew I had time to get it out, and it wasn't like I had to keep up with the game either, because I like to keep up with the chat and the game to like comment on what people are saying in the chat as well. Like I really, for example, I really wanted to type, and I think I did get it out in a reasonably timely manner. Mercer said how much he loved the old naval uniforms worn by TNG, and I absolutely agree with what he said. Those uniforms in that scene just popped, and they looked fabulous. So I agree with 100% of what he said. And so I'm trying to keep up with the banter, and I really laughed when Thomas said, what did he say? There was something really funny that he said, and I'm trying to type in LOL quick enough so that he knows that I'm laughing at that and not something else. Yeah, so chatting is quite tricky for me, so I do my best, but that's why it's hard to respond to greetings. But don't think the greetings go unnoticed. I'm very touched that people are pleased to see me and so forth. So thanks for letting me explain it all. And
you're the consummate politician, Mr. VP. That was a beautiful speech to your constituents. It was just perfect. I mean, you're great. You hit all the notes.
Thanks. Although I want to point out, because you can be, I mean, I know I pretend to be a vice president, but because you compared me to a politician in real life, I want to make sure people know I'm being sincere. I'm not just I'm
You're not just kissing babies? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not like being a certain, should we say, real life vice president, who some people might have grounds to question his or her sincerity, not naming anyone in particular. Anyway, hopefully I can get away with that on the stream.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. VP.
Sorry, sorry, Professor, what was that?
I just wanted to say the look that you have tonight, it reminds me very strongly of Christopher Eccleston.
Oh, okay. I consider that a great compliment. I really like his portrayal of the Doctor in Doctor Who.
I was thinking Archer season 4 of Captain Archer and Enterprise, but I don't know the haircut there.
Yeah, there's a little look like that there too. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
That's kind of making me a bit nauseous, and I'm not really sure whether I should be.
He's going to make an appointment with his barber immediately.
Am I supposed to consider that a compliment or an insult? I'm not really.
Bakula's a very handsome man. Scott Bakula. Yeah.
Sorry. It was Omni that did it. But did you mean that in an insult?
I in the nicest way. I'm not. Yes. I'm just trying to stir the pot as I usually do, and that's all.
You? No.
Me?
You
nah.
Never.
No.
Not buying it.
I'm just gonna read what Brad Wolf just put up. I read most of it, but Mr. VP is a sincere politician. Oh, thank you, Brad Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. I really appreciate it. I'm touched. Yeah. Bananas are fantastic. I don't quite understand. Patrick,
Well, I think that's in reference to my Christopher Eccleston remark.
Yes, I get it now. Sorry, I was a little bit slow there, but yeah. All right, thanks guys for letting me take up time at the start of the round. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Cool.
And we're still needing a player.
I mean, if no one else is interested in joining us for this round, I'll bring back one of our contestants from round 1. So, And I guess since Mercer finished in second place, I could go ahead and bring back Mercer up to fill out round 2. And if we still don't have any players for round 3, I'll bring back up Patrick for round 3.
Just where is the bunny? That's what I want to know.
Good question.
He's, like you said, he's up to no good, probably.
He might be finally taking our advice and taking his bench chip.
Doubtful.
He's going to Walgreens to pick him up.
Doubtful.
Omni, I must say your latest gig was a dream.
Thank you.
I'm back. Back to normal.
You are.
Back to normal.
Back to normal. I see that.
Normal. Yep,
Oh,
back to
good.
normal. Well, I think we should get started, don't you?
Yeah. I was trying to draft another player, but so far I haven't gotten any responses.
I noticed that. That's too bad.
I was also
maybe I'll play it another time.
Yeah, I was on another board drafting some of my old Star Trek friends from a different board, seeing if anybody wants to join in. I would vouch for them. I know I know it's tough to get new players and to know whether you trust them, but I've been following the other Discord, which is for the Penske podcast. I've been following them for maybe 6 years or more. So the people that I only ask 2 or 3 people, I trust them all. So
Very nice.
Anyway.
Well, let's play Jeopardy.
I'm going to get revenge on revenge. What was that episode? Revenge. Oh, that's from
Khan.
Too. I was thinking of Superman 2.
Yeah.
It's like revenge. I just want Australia.
Oh, just before we start, does anyone want to play buzzers this round?
Sure.
We've already started.
Sorry.
A little late.
Sorry. Go ahead, John.
Our first category is P technology. The last word, TNG Season 7, Part 1. In this case, you will be provided with a quote that is the last line, and I want you to tell me who said it. Our visual category, end credits, TOS Season 2.
Oh, awesome.
I want you to identify the episode.
No animated Siri questions, which is a good thing.
And so far, no Enterprise.
Admiral Ross.
Oh, cool.
And rigged, TNG.
Well, these categories,
my favorite.
These categories are awesome, John.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, it's possible that you could have Enterprise in P technology.
It's possible.
Just throwing that out. Just throwing it out there.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. VP, Enterprise is awesome.
I agree.
If you say so.
I do.
I feel sorry that you're delusional. I hope you get the help you need.
I do say so. You said if I say so, so I do say so. So it's awesome.
Yeah. We'll get you some help soon, miss. Don't worry.
I don't know if you're aware, Mr. VP, but that is a negative 2,000 point. No. But we'll forgive it this time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Use it at a random time. He's going to use it at a random time.
OmniCast, returning champion.
Negative 2,000.
Let's do rigged TNG, please, for 1,000.
While waiting to receive a message delay buffer, Lieutenants Rocha and Unari rigged this device to compensate.
Oh, Aquiel, huh? Pass. Don't know what they rigged.
I'll be passing on
Mr.
that
VP.
Pass.
one. I'll be passing as well.
That was a memory module.
Uh-oh. We lost you for about a second and a half, John.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Although I do think that before we play next week, you should reboot your computer.
I usually do that before the game.
Okay, because remember that one time, like 6 months ago, when you sound like a robot, you had
Yes.
to reboot your entire setup. I just don't want that to happen.
Not a bad thing to do every so often. All right, Mr. VP. Find an enterprise question. I know you want one.
I'll go Red TNG for 400, please.
In this episode, LaForge suspected that Durgo's vessel crashed because the maneuvering thrusters were rigged in a funny way.
Pass. I thought I'd be better in this category.
Mercer.
Durgo.
I can't remember Durgo either.
What is Final Mission?
That's right.
It's the only one I can think of with a cool name like that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go with rigged 800.
Data rigged a probe that was launched to investigate this system so that it would send back false readings of a distant planet that could not support life.
Yeah, that was. I know. Can I give you the episode name and call it even?
Wouldn't get any points, but you could.
Right here, lose points.
Yeah, I know the name of the race, but I don't know if that's the name of the system. Let me think if it is. Don't tell me.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna pass, but I know the name of the race.
Omni.
What is the T-Tari system?
That is correct.
We were just talking about that.
We were last night. We sure were. That's funny.
Well, those are Paxons, right?
The Paxons.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I couldn't think
And
of the
Omni.
system.
Let's do P Technology 1000.
A Romulan research colony was nearly destroyed during the testing of one of these devices, leading to the Test Ban Treaty of 2268.
Deep cut. That's a deep cut.
P. Pass. Pass.
Mr. VP.
No, pass.
Mercer.
It has to begin with. What is a phase cloak?
That is incorrect.
That
A
was
polaric ion device.
Polaric. Oh, from the Voyager episode, Polaric Energy.
Okay, I was thinking of that episode with the with Riker and those guys.
Was it the Voyager episode? One of the early ones in season 1? That
Time
one,
and
right? Okay.
again.
Time and again. Okay.
All right, Mr. VP.
I'm gonna go with in credits TOS season 2 for 400, please. I'm going to. Oh, that wasn't in season 2.
Remember, don't pay too much attention to the picture behind the credits.
Yes. No, pass. I'm sorry.
Mercer.
Pass.
Omni.
What is the Omega Glory?
That's correct.
Yangs and the Combs.
Well done, Omni.
Good job, Omni.
Very good. Mercer.
Admiral Ross for 1,000, please.
Ross chose Cisco as his new adjutant when this officer, who had previously filled the position, was promoted to command the 7th Tactical Wing, although there was no comment on her ability to keep from mixing up names.
Oh, what was her name? See, you gave something that might be context as to how to remember her name. Man, you're great at these questions, John.
Thank you.
It's on the tip of my tongue, and I love those episodes. I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. Darn.
Omni,
Pass.
Mr. VP.
Pass.
It's gonna kill me once I see the answer.
It was a great clue, John.
Thank you. Captain Bennett.
Captain Bennett. Oh, I get it.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Now I get it. It took me a minute.
I don't get it.
And it threw me off, too. I didn't understand.
I don't get it. What's the joke? What's the
Well,
joke?
if you've been to Live with Matthew's channel, you'll know his tendency to get names mixed up.
And he's Matthew Bennett.
Yes, occasionally.
I was thinking that you were maybe talking about that movie Commando with have some steam in it. The end.
All right, Omni.
Let's do Admiral Ross 800.
The first appearance of Admiral Ross was in this episode.
What is the time to stand?
That's correct.
Well done. Mr. VP.
Thank you.
Red TNG 200, please.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry, red TNG for 200, please.
With the crew of the Enterprise under the influence of an addictive game, he rigged a site-to-site transporter program to try to stay one step ahead of them.
What is the fabulous Cadet Weasley Crusher, and I don't understand why people don't like his character, because I loved his character. It was Cadet Weasley Crusher.
That is correct.
He was good before he became a terrible character.
All right, Mercer.
He was good up until...
Perimeter alert, Captain.
All right, I'll try 1,000 for the last word of season 7, end credit season 2. No, just the last word. I'm just kidding. Last word, TNG season 7, 1,000.
Fire.
Ooh. Season 7.
Who said it?
Yeah, I'm thinking weird. I'm trying to think of when that would be said. Oh, who's Data?
That is incorrect.
Bummer.
Omni.
Who is Baran?
That's it.
I was thinking of the same episode. I thought in the air. I forgot who was shooting who.
I think Data was getting shot at, but yeah, close
true.
enough.
I just couldn't think of it. I was thinking of that episode. I knew it ended with like cool little lasers and stuff.
Yeah.
Omni, it's your turn.
Let's do Admiral Ross for 6.
Kira's resolve was instrumental in convincing Ross to tell the Romulans that they needed to remove the weapons from this Bajoran moon.
What is...
I wish I could buzz in on these, the ones I know.
Oh my goodness. It's Derv. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Pass.
Mr. VP.
Pass.
Mercer.
What is Derna?
Derna. I was thinking Dervos or something. Yeah, I didn't want to risk it.
Good steal, Mercer, but it's Mr. VP's turn.
I really need to get some points.
You and me both. That's Final Jeopardy. That's all I want to do.
Mr. VP.
Sorry. I'm going to say Last word for 200, please.
You know, it was funny. When I was down there, it was so real. I felt like I had a chance to say goodbye.
Pass.
Mercer.
I'm gonna pass this too. I can't think of a pass.
Omni.
That would be Geordie LaForge.
That's right.
Who is?
What episode was that?
What episode?
Interface.
The web.
Oh,
When he sees
that's
his mother
cool.
in the hallucination on the ship.
The
That's
episode I never
cool.
watched. It looked like he was wearing a Borg costume in that episode.
Nothing wrong with that.
Mercer.
All right, I'll do a rigged for 600, please.
In the original version of events, Picard rigged a Domjot table so that this friend would win in a rematch against the Nausicaan who had cheated.
I know this one.
I don't know his friend's name, so I don't know. More Domjot human. His friend's name. I'm gonna pass. I don't know his name.
Omni.
Wasn't it like Corey?
I thought you wanted the
I do want a last name, by the way.
You want a last name? Okay. Pass.
Mr. VP.
I thought you wanted the episode name. Pass.
Good question.
Zweller.
Weller.
I couldn't get it. Zweller.
More Domjot human.
He had no Garumba.
I used to write a column called
Right.
Domjot. What did I call it? Domjot Hustler. I wrote a Star Trek column called Domjot Hustler years ago, and it took me a while to remember what I even called it.
All right, Omni, it's your turn.
Ross for 400.
Ross presented Cisco with this award in recognition of the captain's personal acts of bravery during the battle to retake Deep Space Nine.
What is the Christopher Pike Award of Valor?
Yes.
That's right.
And we're talking about the real Christopher Pike.
I don't know what you mean.
There's only one real one, and that was him.
But he cooks a lot, right?
I wouldn't know.
We have no evidence of that.
You're about to
Mr.
get
VP.
I can't boot you.
That's funny.
I will go in credit season 2, 200, please. What is a mock time?
That's correct.
Actually pick the right picture.
T'Pau, a Vulcan.
I like the actress that played her in Enterprise.
All a Vulcan in one package.
Mercer.
I'm getting space
It's your
sick.
turn.
Omni, I'm getting space sick. I'll take end credit. I'll take end credits for 600.
I was gonna do it.
Oh,
That's a good one. That's a good one.
that would be what is the game? You want the episode name?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, what is the Gamesters of Trixalian?
Very good.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know. If
Triskelion. Yeah.
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough.
I just know I love the dude, Joseph Rushkin. What's his name? Rushkin.
Yeah.
Ruskin, yeah.
Awesome Klingon. Awesome Cardassian.
Omni.
Let's do Ross for 200.
Ross had the honor of performing the wedding ceremony for Benjamin Sisko and this bride.
Who is Cassidy Yates?
That's correct.
No, it's Dr. Finn. It's Dr. Finn.
No.
Yeah,
She was better as Cassidy Yates, I think.
No.
I agree.
Dr. Finn.
I agree.
I like
was
both. characters.
She was
right.
excellent as a villain in 24 as well.
Mr. VP.
I will go in credits 800, please.
We're going to start coming back here, Normal.
I don't recognize that character's name, damn it. Pass.
I'm going to pass as well.
I'm not confident. Pass.
No, it's Friday's Child.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
Escalator episode?
Yes.
The what episode?
Escalator.
Escalator. What do you mean escalator?
I'm adopting an
Doctor, not
escalator.
an escalator.
Sorry?
I'm a doctor, not an escalator.
McCoy said that.
Okay. Yeah.
Mercer.
Last word for 600.
Data. Sometimes a cake is just a cake.
So I have to say who said it or the episode?
Who said it?
Oh, who is Troy from Phantasms?
That's right.
Figured I'd name both. Great episode. I'm coming back.
Omni?
End credits 1,000. Washburn. Kyle. Kyle was in a few of them. Pass.
Mr. VP.
Pass.
Mercer.
You want the episode name?
Yep.
What is Doomsday Machine?
You got it.
Washburn was
the helper engineer.
I was trying to think if he was in other episodes, but I knew he was in Doomsday Machine. Eventually, I just took a guess. Is he? I think he helped with the what's the other ship? Constitution.
Constellation.
Conestoga.
By the way, I like your new video on the Constellation, John. Pretty cool.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. VP.
Last word 800, please.
Champagne.
You want the episode name, correct?
Who said
it? Who is Lieutenant, at this stage, Lieutenant Wolf?
That's correct.
Ah, good. Is that Parallels?
Yep.
That is indeed. Mercer.
Watch that again. I'll do last word for 400.
Data. He was joking. You know that, right?
Oh,
Data?
who is Riker from Gambit Part 2?
That's right.
Love it. They don't do jokes very often in the TNG era the way they did on the original series, but when they do them, they're always cheesy, terrible, and I love them.
All right, Omni.
800.
All right, you found the daily double, and you've got the lead. You are 2,000 points ahead of your nearest competitor. How much of your 5,200 would you like to bet?
100, please.
100 points.
Arturus used this advanced technology to fabricate a Starfleet bridge for the fake USS Dauntless.
What is particle synthesis?
You got it.
Should have bet more.
All right, very good. Mr. VP.
Find
that Enterprise one.
Well,
If there is one.
I had a very nice lunch. I have no reason to bring it all the way back up. So,
wow.
All right. Hail Mary, because I'm behind in scores. I'm very much behind. 600, please.
Fletcher in his fourth grade class. The enterprise had a product for fruits and vegetables, and that certain foods could be replicated by this.
Got it, Mr. Vicky. You got it.
Oh, you just want the name of the technology.
Yep.
What is a food synthesizer? No, it's a P. It's a protein sequencer.
Very
What
good.
is a protein
Very
sequencer?
good.
How would you know that? How would you know that?
Because I remember thinking, geez, this stupid series doesn't even have PNG style food dispensers.
But you don't watch the show, and it's not canon. How would you know the answer to that question, sir?
I told you 3 times.
I'm proud of you. It's good.
Is it Miss Malvin's class?
Let's get the record straight here.
Let's get.
And for anyone else listening to the sound of my voice on this YouTube interview podcast,
Here comes the speech.
I unfortunately saw most of season 1. And I don't know why I didn't stop watching earlier, but I foolishly kept going. So I know that the stupid NXO1 class.
So you didn't inhale, right? That's what you're saying? You didn't inhale. Okay. Got it.
Was that Miss Malvin's class?
I believe so.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, how can it create all these foods simply by resequencing protein? It was totally unrealistic and it was bloody stupid. Sorry for saying bloody on the channel.
My goodness.
But yeah, I hated that device. So of course I'm going to remember it, the stupid sloppy writing. Alright, Rento going further. I remember the extremely ridiculous idea of a protein resequencer.
Well, it's a predecessor to a replicator, right?
That episode had the poop question in it. I mean,
It
didn't
did.
you like the poop
Sure did.
question?
No, I didn't.
That was the P technology, right?
It was
Great in that episode.
Big speech. If I was Scotty, I would say Enterprise, no bloody A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and no NXO1.
Don't mince
I promise I'm
John.
I'm going to take a deep breath.
Use one of Troy's relaxation techniques. Start tapping your neck or something. Just start tapping. There you go. Yep, just do that. There you go. That's a P technology. You're plexing, right? There you go. That's a plex. There you go. Ah, that's better. Much better. Thank you.
And with that, my speech is concluded. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
And with that, we go to Mercer. It's your turn.
I'll take 400, please. But I was thinking of Paul's therapy for Trip when he couldn't sleep. Neurotherapy.
That would have made it worse.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Here comes your clue.
As part of his daydreams, the Doctor imagined this devastating weapon capable of one-shotting the Borg.
I'm not a Voyager person, so I'm going to pass. But is it the Marvin the Martian weapon? No.
Omni?
What is the photonic cannon?
That's it.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Illudium Q-38 explosive space modulator.
I hated the episode because it turned the Borg into an absolute joke. Anyway.
Well, it was a daydream. I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
That was funny.
Which episode was that anyway?
Tinker Tenor? No, was it?
Yeah, that was
Tinker
it.
Tenor.
Yeah.
Dr. Strong, yeah.
There was one part that I liked, and that was the emergency command program. And
That was it with the photonic cannon.
Yeah,
What was the name of those hierarchy aliens? Did they ever have a name?
Remember that? Just hierarchy is the only thing I remember.
Hierarchy, right? I don't remember the name of those guys. Okay.
All right, Omni, you get the last clue.
All right.
They were the Bothans.
Oh.
This was a weapon employed in many Klingon rituals, such as the Age of Ascension ceremony.
What is a pain stick?
That's right.
Ouch.
What was the ceremony called where they used a pain stick to make sure somebody's dead? What was that ceremony called?
That was in
Psalm Chi or something.
Oh yeah.
Some day, wasn't it?
No, it was called.
Nagil.
It doesn't like Gowron just like stab him basically with the pain stick?
Yeah.
Tempek? Yeah. What Duras does or somebody does.
Yeah. They drag him into a dead body.
But they stab him hard. They push it in there like.
And it was
the hardest one.
Was it the Jajuk? Was it the Jajuk where they keep naming battles that they've won?
Yes.
Towers. Jajuk.
All right. In the private chat is the link for Cosmo Buzz. Let's head on over to Final Jeopardy. Consider how much you would like to wager upon this category.
Dr. Noah.
Dr. Noah. Oh, wrong thing.
How many points do I have?
You have 3,200 points. Mr. VP has 3,600 points. And Omni is in the lead at 6,100 points.
Sorry, Professor, could you please repeat my points? I'm sorry.
You have 3,600 points, Mr. VP.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff, Mr. Brainy Specs.
You're quite welcome. And T-Dowd is saying Santarans.
Oh, for the alien species? Is that what they're called?
The Jajuk.
They do have a resemblance to Santarans from Doctor Who. Yes, I'll agree.
I'm going to start going to class and talking about that Jajuk and see if anybody gets annoyed with my list of victories.
The Jajuk.
I'm going to do it at school. I'm just going to go through the Jajuk of my life and just end going, just end
waiting on your amount, Mr. VP.
Sorry about that, Chief.
Okay.
Can you say it?
Yes, I can.
I buzzed in mine.
I see that you did. Thank you.
I have spoken.
You have, indeed.
I have spoken.
All right, let's
By the way,
reveal our clue.
I heard they finished filming Mandalorian and Grogu movie.
Dr. Noah was not fooled when Bashir posed as this eminent geologist.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla! And let's find out who the winner is. Mercer, you had 3,200 points entering Final Jeopardy. Your response to the clue was?
It was Michael Knight, Lone Crusader. It's a nice guess, but no.
I think you should get points for that, honestly.
I do too. I definitely think I should get points for that.
You mean Michael Knight for Night Rush?
Yes.
I didn't know this moment.
How much was your bet? 2,908 points, taking you down to 292 points. Sorry about that, Mercer. Mr. VP, you had 3,600 points. What was your reply?
Pass. Sorry about that.
And what was your bet amount? All of your points.
Wow.
Taking it down to 0. Sorry about that, Mr. VP.
That's all right.
Um,
My fault for not remembering.
I haven't seen this episode in 30,000 years. I love it, though.
That's a long time.
I was hoping it's just going to be the location of his base, but that's why.
Location of the secret rebel base. OmniCast, you had 6,100 points and the lead. Your response?
Noise Merriweather, destroy the house. That's correct.
He wants to destroy the house.
The house!
Great.
Very good.
This goes on. Works for me.
What was your bet amount? 1,101 points, giving you 7,201 points. And Omni, you are the champion.
Well done.
Thank you. That was a good game.
Good job, Omni.
That was a good questions are very good.
I really enjoyed coming back this week. I'm a little rusty on the episodes, but I enjoyed coming back.
No, you got good scores. You're doing well.
Maybe next week you'll actually do questions on episodes I just watched.
It's just a possibility.
Thomas says rigged. Good. All is right in the world. We didn't see that.
Greg, you were a little off on that prediction, Thomas.
I think Avery Brooks had a birthday recently.
Did he?
He did.
Brad Wolf says, hey, Omni and John DeMarco, according to Memory Alpha, the hierarchy aliens were overlookers?
Overlookers, maybe?
Overlookers?
When VP put pass down for his answer, all I could think about was the Orville scene where Malloy was on the court. He was in court, and they're asking him questions about U.S. history or something, and he's like, where Washington, D.C. was, and he's like, pass.
Pass.
Can we move on to movie trivia? He's like, can we move on to movie trivia? That was from like the 3rd episode of the season of the show, when they were trying to figure out if they should do a change for the baby. Anyway, I'm going to watch the 3rd round. I loved it. I had a great time. Let me see if any of my answers. Nope, nobody answered. Oh well.
They don't know what they're missing.
They don't.
Overlookers, he said. Okay.
Good job, VP. Good job, Omni.
Thank you. Good game.
Good game. I thought, I thought he was going to ask about Mount Everest, so I took a risk on the points. It's been a long time since I've watched that episode. I love the names. Honey Bear, was that the name of Dax's character? Honey Bear?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Professor Honey Bear.
By the way,
man, she looked hot in that episode. I mean, she looks hot in every episode.
Yeah. I watched Hellraiser today.
Lab coat with the glasses.
I watched the movie Hellraiser today, which had Andrew Robinson as the main star.
He was in that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, he's the main character.
What, Pinhead?
No, he wasn't Pinhead. Pinhead is not the main character. He was he was top billed. He wasn't really the main character.
Really?
The girl's father. Yeah, he was top.
The first Hellraiser?
The first Hellraiser, Andrew Robinson is top billed.
I will have to rewatch that because I haven't seen that in years since it was on tape. Let's put it that way, VHS tape.
It's on sale on Fandango.com for like $5. So, and he's top billed. So that's why
I did not make that connection because I probably saw it before DS9. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so he's top billed. Because do you remember the whole plot was like his wife? They got Andrew Robinson's uncle's house. They got it for some reason. His uncle was not actually fully dead. He was making a deal with the Cenobites to not with he's trying to get away from the Cenobites, which is Pinhead and all those guys. because he had used the house when he summoned the Cenobites to begin with, and now he needed to be brought back. So she needed to kill a bunch of people so that he could have a new body.
I mean, the first one I thought was good. I don't, and if I remember, the other ones were terrible, like 2 and 3 and whatever.
Hellbound, the second one was really cool.
Oh, Hellbound. Yeah, that one wasn't bad. Hellraiser 2, Hellbound, right? That one.
That was pretty good. I should have bought that too because it was in a bundle. And Hellraiser 3 was terrible, but it did have Terry Farrell in it, who played Dax.
I remember her from Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. That's the movie I remember her from.
Yeah. So anyway, check it out. But the first one, Andrew Robinson is one of the main characters. He's top billed. I don't think he's the main character. I think his daughter is more important a character, but he was top billed. He was also Scorpio from Dirty Harry.
Well, that I remember. That's his most notable role to me, besides Garrick, and that I remember him most for.
Yeah. Oh, he's awesome. Do you have the Time audiobook that he read?
No, you've mentioned it. I have never gotten it.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Thomas, your point is invalid.
Oh, what is he saying now?
Like her.
No Cinnabon, all points are invalid. Okay. Oh, man, he's so brainwashed.
Cinnabon should have been here.
Yeah.
Why are you penalizing us for the fact that he's not here, Thomas?
It's just he's brainwashed. It's just propaganda. It's all
really
exactly.
Although those in glass houses can't throw stones because you're all delusional for liking Enterprise as well. And Omni, you are really delusional for thinking Discovery is a smash hit.
Well, this is not my opinion. This is what the critics say. So, and they know best, right? So Discovery is a smash hit, and
that's where you're brainwashed.
Right? Okay, and well, this is what we're told to say. And Strange New Worlds is a groundbreaking series, award-winning, by the way.
Wait, I heard Starfleet Academy was
Saturn award-winning.
It also Starfleet Academy was renewed for season 2.
Before we even seen season 1.
Right, but it was, yeah.
Oh man, but the Doctor's going to be in it, so you should have a little bit of hope, right? Maybe.
I will not watch one frame of that show.
Not even see the Doctor?
Does not make a series good.
You can see the Doctor in Prodigy.
You can, I know. And he's not bad in there, actually. But to see him in live action again, I don't know.
Yeah.
He was better when he was
the conversation degenerates any further, maybe we should start round 3.
Even if we only have one player.
I'm thinking about watching Farpoint and Encounter after round 3 is over.
Mr. VP.
Grappler Zorn.
So I'm going to regret asking this, and I apologize to everyone listening in advance, but were you serious about Strange New Worlds winning an award? Did it actually win an award, or are you just joking?
What, Strange New Worlds?
Yeah.
They won a Saturn Award. Multiple Saturn Awards, actually, but namely for Best Guest Star in who played the new James Kirk.
Oh,
So he won a Saturn Award. Wesley, I think his name is.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Paul Wesley.
Right.
Paul Wesley.
So he won a Saturn Award for being Best Guest Actor in a series for season 2 of Strange New Worlds.
Hang on.
He does look like Jim Carrey.
And it was nominated for a Critics' Choice Award, but it didn't get it.
So how on earth what the heck were they thinking? Because
what the heck were they thinking?
His portrayal of Cook is nothing like the one and only James Tiberius Cook, played by William Shatner, and so that's the first point. Second point is, how do they consider his acting in general to be better than any of the others on that terrible show? Thirdly, it's a show only for very light entertainment when you're really bored. So it's definitely not award worthy at all. And
But again, it's a Saturn Award. It means next to nothing. Like, it's probably lower on the scale of awards than a Grammy would be. It means nothing.
I don't know. Sorry, I apologize. Not being American, I don't know.
No, but that's why I keep teasing, because it's a silly. It means absolutely nothing. It's probably collecting dust on his shelf right now. It doesn't mean much, It's
so it's almost like it's not like an insult, like a Raspberry Award or something, is it?
I don't think it's to that level. I think I think Saturn Awards are more of a sci-fi type of thing, isn't it? For sci-fi series, I thought.
Yeah.
Like a Hugo kind of used to be, right? The Hugo Awards.
Well, if that's true, I think both Jeff and John should get one for this game show that they've been running.
I completely agree.
Year or two, they should.
I would agree.
That.
Because it doesn't mean much.
Because it's an awesome show.
Well, I think I think they should get a Golden Globe actually, but I'm not sure whether those type of awards. Do you have to broadcast TV, or can it be?
I mean, I'm sure it would be eligible nowadays, but I don't. Sci-fi always gets punished in those type of mainstream awards. You know that.
You still got to check out Andor.
Yeah, that's next. I know. I have to do that. I have to sign up for Disney again. I want to do that though. Actually,
And there's a new show coming out called Skeleton Crew, which looks terrible, but hey, it's something.
Yeah.
It's more for
I saw the preview for that. Yeah.
It looks for kids.
What type of show is that?
The Skeleton Crew is a Star Wars spinoff that's more for kids. It's a live action show. It's kind of like if you were to mix the Goonies with Star Wars, that's what you'd get. It's about little kids, literally, that live in a suburb that looks like an Earth suburb who find a spaceship. It's literally the same premise as that Star Trek animated show. What's that called? When they find a spaceship and they take off?
Prodigy.
So literally the exact same premise, only it's Star Wars.
Is it related to those kids we saw in The Last Jedi that had some force power at the end?
No, it takes place in the Mandoverse, which means it's between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy. And one of the kids is the same race as Max Rebo, who was the guy that played piano for Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's coming out in December. They're trying to it looks just like Goonies. It looks it doesn't look like it's for me, put it that way. That's the best way I can put it.
But I mean, it's a kids show, and you're an adult, and you've got some shows for kids. So.
It might be good, I just don't. I don't think it'll be like. I don't think it's going to be Andor, which or even some of the other shows like Mandalorian. I think it's just going to be.
Patrick wants to know if it's animated or live action.
Live action.
I mean, Prodigy is technically for children. Technically,
it's live action. It's got Jude Law as the main adult character.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time to move on to round 3.
John, thank you for having me. I will be backstage. Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Thank you, Mercer.
Thank you.
Thanks for playing, Mercer.
One man can make a difference, Mercer. Just remember that.
One man with a vision.
Let's take Mercer backstage, and we'll bring back up Patrick for round 3.
There we are again.
Thank you for choosing a much better bridge. I'm so much more calm and soothed right now.
Yeah, I'm jumping through time here, so.
Jumping universes as well, because Enterprise is not in the prime timeline. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Wait, let me see that. Let me see that bridge again. Hang on. What is that? Is that Star Trek 6 or
Star
5?
Trek
6, because the clock is up there. Okay, yeah.
6, yeah.
Okay.
The good bridge.
Well, 5 wasn't bad though.
That's
I didn't mind the bridge from 5. But the displays were blue. They were bluish. Everything was blue.
Yeah.
Well, it was also in a dream. But...
Oh, I see. It was a dream. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm falling apart in that dream. But
Yeah.
Well, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it by the book.
By the book. Exactly.
People are going to criticize me for this, but I actually really like the motion picture bridge.
Oh, I like the motion picture bridge.
Good.
Yeah,
It's not bad. It's just bland.
Yeah.
But I
Like
still
like
like
the uniforms. But I still like it. Yeah, I do too. However, have you noticed your title, Mr. VP? It's been up
Yes,
there
I
quite
did
a long
notice
time.
it.
Ah, okay.
I did notice it, but it happened when I was already ranting, so it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that's very much deserved. I mean, you know, you may not like the show, but you know the technology on the show,
Like you
so
know the
it's good.
technology.
Even though it's not
Indeed.
canon. Yeah.
Even their stupid
Well.
face pistol idea. I mean, have some originality, please.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I
they
was
had food
surprised
slots.
polarized hull plating wasn't there. But
So
Oh,
Brad's
God.
saying, according to Google, Saturn Awards are for science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Though it's expanded to general fiction and TV. Yeah, and that's what it is, because these sci-fi shows, they usually always get slighted at the with the television awards, the mainstream TV awards. They
I
always
know.
get passed over. For
Yeah,
was it the
SNL.
Emmy? The Emmy Awards, I guess, is that what it is?
Yeah. I've never understood that, but it's very true.
They
isn't it?
they look down upon it. They look the whoever it is, the Academy or the Emmy, the people that are on there, they look down upon sci-fi like it's a lower form of. But they do some incredible acting on these shows. They do some incredible work with sound and visuals, and they usually always get passed over. Always,
Yeah,
and it's a shame.
true.
So it's I mean, the Hugo Award was there for a while. The Saturn Award, I guess, came about because of that too, and I guess it's something to be proud of, you know. And but
Anyway,
in the grand scheme, it's not worth it much. Yeah.
I apologize to John and the professor for causing further delay for the start of the round. I'm sorry.
They're fine.
So are we going with this trio?
I think so, yes.
And Mr.
Sounds good
VP,
to
you
me.
mentioned you would like to play buzzers.
Oh, yeah. Would anyone else like to play buzzers or not really?
if you want to hear click, 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 click from OmniCast, then that's
Well,
Well, that I think that's a little different game that you can do that with.
Oh.
we could say that, you know, John has to be at least near the end of speaking the question before buzzers.
Mm. Mm.
Are
It's
we
up to
playing
you.
buzzers or?
I'll leave it up to you guys. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me.
Aw.
What do you want, Patrick? It's all down to you. You say yes or no.
The question is, do you want thinking time about the questions? Because the time goes away when you play buzzers, so we can, but
It does? What
Yeah.
do you mean by that?
no more 30
Oh.
seconds thinking time then.
Yeah, you've got 10 seconds to buzz in.
Oh,
And then you need to directly respond with the answer.
yeah, now I get it. Yeah, makes more sense now.
Mhm.
I'm still keen to try it, but it's your decision, it's your decision, Patrick, because both of us, Omni and myself, don't mind. So it's your decision.
Well, if it is up to me, then I would say just a normal round, because as I've seen in my first round, I'm not really up to scratch yet. I need
Okay.
some more training.
Okay, fair enough.
I like my 30 seconds.
Captain Patrick has spoken, so
But I can be
Well,
overruled by
thank you.
admirals and Mr. VPs. So
I do like the buzzer game, but that's up to you guys.
Like I said, I'll do it either way. It doesn't matter to me.
yeah. Patrick said no, so and I don't mind either way.
I
So
said I'm willing, but if it is up to me, then
yep. No,
All right.
that's fine. Turns
We're
it
doing
on.
turns then.
okay.
Yeah.
So let's
Just the good old days.
play. Jeopardy.
Everyone's surprised. We're starting out with Q technology.
Oh, I was expecting art technology, but okay.
Wow.
The last word, TNG Season 7, Part 2. As before, you get a quote of a last line, and I want to know who said it.
Mm-hmm.
For our visual category, we have end credits, TOS Season 3. Next, we have Admiral Forrest. I'm sure Mr. VP will appreciate that one.
Oh,
And finally, Rigged DS9.
I like the actor, but
She's rigged to blow.
All right, Omni. Go first, returning champion.
Let's do last word. TNG Season 7 Part 2 for 1,000.
Aw.
Sir, I happen to know that she considered you a friend.
I'm not sure which even episode that was. I'm going to have to pass on that one.
Mr. VP. Patrick.
Who is Ben from the episode Lower Decks?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed. Very good.
Yay.
Mr. VP, it's your first turn.
well done, Patrick. I forgot to say that.
Thank you.
I will go. TOS Season 3 for 200.
And credits?
Sorry, yes, please. Which one was King? I get the Klingons mixed up, but I will say, what is the trouble with tribbles?
That is incorrect, I'm afraid.
Patrick?
What is Day of the Dove?
That's it.
Whew. Wow.
Well
Remember,
done.
this is season 3, Mr. VP.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what season.
Did not think I could get that one. Wow. Okay.
All right, Patrick. You're off to a hot start.
It's better indeed. Last word for 800.
Here's my report.
Here's my report. That would be who is Riker? Preemptive
Correct.
strike.
Yep.
That's it.
Picard was not happy to get that report.
Was that
He
the
was not happy in general.
In general, in that episode, indeed.
was that the seeking crystalline entity? Episode?
No, the one where Ro betrays them and joins the Maquis.
Yeah. Oh, that made yes. Okay.
Sorry about that, Chaz. Yeah, we've been away for a few weeks. Omni, back to you.
Let's do last word for 600.
Now, if our experiences with the Enterprise have been honorable, can't we trust that some of those experiences will be the same?
Who said it? I know the episode. Who is Picard?
That's right.
Jean-Luc, Captain,
Emergency.
USS Enterprise. It's been up for a few days, Chaz. I'm sorry you didn't see it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, Mr. VP.
I will go with last word for 400, please.
I think I'd better clear my calendar for the next few weeks.
And you want the who said it or the episode name? My apologies.
Who said it?
That would be Councillor Deanna Troy, holding the rank of Lieutenant Commander at the time, even though they never use it to address it.
Yes, that is correct.
In the episode Genesis.
Yes, indeed.
Patrick. Got the lead and control.
Yeah, strange. Wow. Let's try end credits for 800. See, from TOS. Ooh. What is there in the book No Beauty?
That's correct.
Wow. Well done.
Yeah, well done, Patrick.
Season 3 is a little bit pressure on the mind.
Omni.
Let's do rigged DS9 for 1,000, please.
In order to disable DS9's deflector array so that it couldn't neutralize the minefield, ROM needed to access this and overload the waveguide, but it was in a secured conduit rigged with alarms.
I need to access this. Pass.
Mr. VP.
Pass.
Patrick.
I started that season, but I'm not there yet, so I'm gonna pass.
That was the EPS feed.
And Patrick, you're a fan.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I don't trust it.
Mr. VP.
You
Mr.
shouldn't.
VP.
You shouldn't.
I'm not sure what he's up to.
Oh, poor Thomas.
Mr. VP.
I will go. What will I do? Q technology for 400, please.
In an alternate timeline, the unsuccessful implementation of this propulsion system led to Voyager crashing with the loss of all hands, except 2.
Q. Oh, what is the quantum slipstream drive?
That's correct.
Well done.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Exactly.
I concur, Brad. I concur.
Sometimes, not always.
Patrick.
I also concur with.
Let's try a Q technology for 600.
The Toxu-Thought was an example of this type of device, capable of halting all nuclear reaction within a star.
What is a quantum phase inhibitor?
That's correct.
Quantum. Always quantum.
Patrick has a slight lead, but Omni, it's your turn.
1,000 for Q technology, please.
You need to be careful here.
The Obsidian Order developed a device that, by emitting this, could prevent a changeling from altering his biomolecular structure.
What is a quantum stasis field?
That's right.
Well done, Omni.
Very good one. Didn't remember that.
Game got a little closer. Mr. VP.
I need to risk it to get the biscuit. See, I'm not quite brave enough to do the 1,000 question.
Oh, I'm sure you'd get the Admiral Forrest.
The Admiral is definitely.
Even though you didn't watch it, you're probably going to get it right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're an expert.
Or you were forced to watch it, or whatever. Yeah.
Very funny, guys. Very funny. Oh my God, Brad will. Oh, that's gonna make me vomit. Oh. That has got to be. I haven't even seen that episode, but just from imagining it, because I presume you're talking about the terrible musical. That has got to be the worst episode of Trick. It was.
It won awards too, by the way. That episode. I'm just saying.
It's not even. I'll rephrase. It's got to be the worst ever episode of television that claims to be Star Trek, but it's not Trek at all. Anyway, sorry for that big diatribe. I'm going to go with.
It was epic.
I'm going to go with season 3 for 6, please. 600, please. In credits. I don't recognize that character name, but on the chance it's to do with background, I will say, what is Patterns of Force?
That is incorrect.
Oh, no.
Patrick.
I don't remember this Losara character, so pass.
Omni.
I think I know what it is, but I'm not sure. It's not Spock's. Pass. Spock's brain, maybe? Is it Spock's brain? That which survives. No.
That's it.
Good. I'm glad I didn't guess.
Indeed.
I am for you.
Can I ask you a couple of questions before we move on?
That's up to John.
John?
What was you saying? Sorry?
Mr. President, may I ask you a couple of questions before we move on with the game?
Well, I'd rather save those until we finish the round, but we can definitely get to them then.
Fair enough. I'll try and remember to ask them.
All right. Patrick's turn.
Let's go with an Admiral Force one for 600.
As Enterprise was preparing to investigate a dark matter nebula, Forrest contacted Archer to inform him of the passing of this officer, whom they had worked with in the NX project.
Who is Robinson?
That's right.
AG. Yep.
Well done.
You
Omni.
guys, sorry.
Let's do 800 for Q technology.
In Daniel's time, these devices were on every desk in high school.
Come on. Another Enterprise question?
Pass.
Mr. VP, you know this.
No, I don't actually know the technology in this one. No, pass. I
Patrick.
swear I don't know.
It's most likely something quantum, but I'm blanking on this one, so pass.
A scanner or something?
Quantum
Discriminator.
Discriminators, okay. These are
Always
good quantum.
All right. Mr. VP, it's your turn.
I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go Rig DS9 for 800, please.
The Maquis lured in this starship with a fake distress call from a freighter that was rigged with a focused particle beam that disrupted helm control.
I don't know what starship name it was. Pass. I'm annoyed at myself. Pass.
Patrick.
Oh, and I saw that not too long ago. Oh, what was that name?
What was it?
It's not Lakota, but the other one. No, pass.
Omni.
What is the Malinche?
Malinche, yeah.
Well done, Omni.
All right, let's keep it going. Let's go.
And Patrick.
Dragging it on. Let's go.
Patrick, it's your turn.
Let's try Emerald Forest again for 800 this time.
All right, you found the daily double. You have 2,800 points on your nearest competitor, and you have up to 6,800 points to bet.
Yeah, but just let's go with the 800.
All right, for 800 points.
Forrest's first name, Maxwell, was established in dialogue in this episode.
Ooh. Which one was that? No, that is. What is the forge?
That is correct.
What? Whoa.
Got it right.
Wow.
Well
so
done.
The episode in which he died. Okay.
Indeed.
That's the only
Omni.
thing that I could think of. So.
Yeah. Let's go rigged for 600.
With the Defiant playing cat and mouse with the Jeopnerdy in the atmosphere of a gas giant, Cisco suggested that these devices be rigged with the warheads from quantum torpedoes.
What are they? I don't want to risk it. Pass.
Mr. VP?
We got nothing to lose. Proximity probes. What are proximity probes?
Fortunately not.
Okay.
Patrick?
No idea. Pass.
Like atmospheric scanners or something? What was it?
They're atmospheric
probes.
Atmospheric probes. Okay.
It was atmospheric something.
Never mind.
All right, Mr. VP. Your turn.
Let's go for the easy ones again. Low points. Last word season 3 for 2. Season 2. Sorry.
Okay.
5-card stud, nothing wild, and the sky's the limit.
You want who said it?
Yep.
Captain Jean-Luc Picard and All Good Things.
That's right.
Who is?
All right, Patrick.
May I say probably the last time that his character was spot on portrayed.
Let's try Admiral Force for 400.
The bombing that claimed Forrest's life was falsely blamed on this Vulcan group, but the attack was actually orchestrated by Administrator Velas.
Who are the Serenites?
That's right.
Omni.
End credits 1,000. What is all our yesterdays?
Nicely done.
Well done.
Mr. Atos.
Yes.
No, I was just saying the name. That's all. Nobody in particular.
Mr. VP.
In credits 400, please. Yes. Okay. What is Journey to Babel?
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Patrick.
What's the Savage Curtain?
That's right.
Oh.
Do you know? Were you paying attention to the credits themselves?
I was. I thought I saw the name Sarah. Did I read it wrong?
Yeah.
You did.
You did see the name Sherrock.
Image of Sirach. Image of Sirach.
Not Sarek, Sirach.
Ah, that's where I went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Green should have gave it away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also true.
Help me, Spock. Help me.
Patrick.
Admiral Force 4000. Let's try that one.
Forrest relayed to Archer a request from the Vulcans for Enterprise to pick up this ambassador from Mazar as soon as possible.
Who is Ambassador Valaris?
Not quite, I'm afraid.
Omni.
I can have it.
Pass.
Mr. VP.
Oh,
No clue. Not a
it was
second.
Valar. Valar then. Not Valaris.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. VP.
No, I was passing. I'm sorry.
Patrick added an extra syllable. It was Valar.
Yeah, it was Valar. Yeah. I was also thinking of the treacherous, the treacherous one from the undiscovered country. So I mixed them up.
Omni?
Oh, whatever.
Let's do rigged for 400, please.
Garrick figured that these devices had been left behind on Empok Nor and were rigged to go off if they detected a non-Cardassian transporter signal.
What are booby traps?
That is incorrect.
Mr. VP?
Pass.
Patrick?
I recently seen that one, but no idea what they were called, so bad.
Or pattern scramblers.
Pattern scramblers, right.
Man, they should be banned. That would be a horrible way to die.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. VP? 200, 200, or 200?
Yeah, exactly.
Or 6 if you name them all.
I'll go with the Q technology, please.
These powerful weapons began to replace or supplement photon torpedoes on Federation starships in the late 24th century.
What are quantum torpedoes?
That's right.
It's always quantum.
They're just named it the quantum technology.
Let's finish out the Admiral.
When Archer snapped at this ambassador during a post-expanse debriefing, Forrest ordered the captain to take some time off.
It's the easiest question, and of course then you're blanking. Come on. What's the fucking name? Who's ambassador? Really? So, who is Saval? Come on, man.
That's right.
Blanking on the easiest question.
All right, Omni.
Yeah, rigged.
Coming
Let's
up.
do it.
In order to blow up his own shop, he planted a micro-explosive device on a power conduit that was rigged to cause a rupture.
Who is Garrick? Plain and simple.
Plain simple.
You got it.
All right, very good. Upcoming is the Cosmo Buzz link in the private chat. Let's head to final Jeopardy. Consider how much you'd like to wager based upon this category.
Clear the bridge.
Clear the bridge. Yes, there it is.
I'm seeing you twice, Omni. I'm going to get rid of the old one.
Yeah, I guess I went into. Yeah. Let's use the new one.
I see you in there. I see you still in there. See if you can use it, Mr. VP.
Let's try.
I'll just type I don't know what my school's.
You have 600 points.
Yeah.
Omni has 6,000 points, and Patrick has 8,200 points.
Okay. Just to repeat, I had 600, correct?
That is correct.
Cool. Can you see my figure?
Yes, I
My
can.
number. All right. Thanks, Chief.
Welcome.
No, Thomas, I didn't drop out. At least I don't hope so.
And let's reveal the clue.
In this episode, Loxana didn't see why she needed to clear the bridge, since there were lots of other people there.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla.
Sorry for the caps lock, Jeff.
Okay.
I know some people consider it shouting, but that's not what I'm intending.
It's okay.
Cool. Thanks.
Let's find out who the winner is. Mr. VP, you had 600 points, entering final Jeopardy. Your response to the clue.
Manhunt? Unfortunately, that is incorrect.
It's a good guess.
Your bet
though.
amount? That was a good guess.
Yeah.
All of your
Pepper in
points.
it.
You're back down to 0. Sorry about that, Mr. VP.
That's all right.
Omni, you had 6,000 points. Your response.
It's half a life. Very good.
Excellent. And your bet amount. You also bet it all, doubling your score to 12,000. Excellent. Very good. And Patrick, you had the lead at 8,200 points. Your response was
Half a life. Excellent game, John. Appreciate it. And good job on your response.
Pete, how much did you wager? 8,000 points, takes you to 16,200 points. And Patrick, you're the champion.
Congratulations, Patrick.
It's been a good round. Wow. Holy moly. That went completely the other way as in regards to the first one. Cool.
That was
But
fun.
also
Good job,
excellent
John. Nice, good questions.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good
They were
job,
perfect.
Mr. President DeMarco.
Wow.
And thanks, Professor, as well.
You're quite welcome.
Wow, Thomas.
Oh, he's so happy. He's so happy. It happens, Thomas. It happens.
It happens indeed.
You see? You see?
But then again, I was happy that the rest of the season 7 questions in this round. So, because I had of course expected them on round number 1, but John knows that we don't do expect that. So, knowing that he knows that we know that he knows, he changes it up. Hey, normal.
Yeah, John's
Mr. VP,
phenomenal.
do you remember your questions?
Thank you.
Oh yeah. And those were 2 weeks in the waiting, right? You had those ready pre-hurricane, right? This was all.
Yep.
More
Yes.
like 4.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. And now you've had time to think about even more tricky questions over the last 2 weeks, right? That's good.
3 weeks.
You know, the other day I watched This Side of Paradise. What a great episode. Just, they really nailed the Star Trek formula in that episode. Just like, you know, the way it's structured is classic Star Trek. It's great.
Which episode was that? Lisa, can you
That's
remind me?
one where they go down to this planet and they find that the colonists who they expected should have died, they are all alive. And there's this one bit right at the beginning where they're trying to speculate as to how they could be alive. And Kirk is like, we're debating in a vacuum. Let's go get some answers, which is my favorite Kirk line from the original series. And basically, they're spores that are keeping people alive. And it's just a great episode. I really
Is that the spores that make turn everyone into hippies, basically?
it made Spock experience emotions, and it was with Jill Ireland, the actress Jill Ireland. By the way, when they were filming that episode, what's his name was on set every day. What's his name? Jill Ireland's husband, the actor. Can't think of his name. The guy that played those vigilante movies. What's his name?
What was it?
Was it?
Charles Bronson. Charles Bronson was on set for every day for that episode filming, because he didn't want anyone to flirt with her too much.
Thanks for joining us, Brad.
All right, Brad.
You take care.
He was also in Twilight Zone. He was also in a great Twilight Zone episode.
That's kind of creepy and controlling.
He's very controlling. He was worried that Now I've heard of movies like, for example, when they were filming Last of the Mohicans, I think the girl was like 17 or 16, so her mother was on set to make sure that nobody was flirting with her, and I can understand that, but
they're not husband and wife.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you have that mistrust of that much mistrust of your wife, then you haven't got a proper marriage.
It's not that I think he mistrusted her. I think he was just mistrusting everybody else,
Well, it doesn't matter if he trusts her, then he should know that she'll reject any advances.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
But it's a good episode. It's still a good episode, except for the music.
Yeah, great episode. Yeah.
And I really liked the guy that played Sandoval, because he was convincing as a guy that was really rejuvenated and healthy, and like he was a good choice for that part. And I love the scene where Bone says to him, "You want to see how fast I could put you in a hospital?" Great stuff.
Yeah. And I love the insults that
They could have done a whole lot with that ending, with that those everybody fighting each other. They could have made that a good scene.
It was so good. I like half breed was, and you know better than a computer with printed circuits.
Your father was a computer or something. Your mother was a.
Your father was a computer.
Your mother was a. What did he call it? He consulted his mother too, right?
Encyclopedia or something.
Encyclopedia. That's right. He tore up the transporter room.
His captain.
Yeah.
And I like how Spock reacted. Spock is like, if we're both in the brig, know who can work on the thing that we're supposed to work on. He's like, oh, that's quite logical, Captain. I forget what they were talking about, but they were talking about some techno device. Like, well, who's going to work on it if we're both in the brig?
Yeah.
It's just classic Star Trek, and it was first season, and I like how it gets down to, like, it just goes really fast. Like the little things, like Kirk says, I want an away team ready in 10 minutes. That just felt very, very realistic to me. Like not instant.
He would have said landing party, wouldn't he, in the original series? Or did you say away team?
What's the question?
He probably said landing party.
Landing party.
I'm probably nitpicking. I apologize.
But he was like 10 minutes. And it always struck me as just very, like they have this procedure down. And even early in the show, they kind of knew what a Star Trek episode, would be like. And that structure has held up for 30 years up until recently,
Yeah.
I'm reading Aravic's comments here. He says he went to some kind of Star Trek feast, potluck, and he made Ensign Gomez enchiladas. Those sound really good. Sonia Gomez, I'm assuming, from TNG. That sounds really good. Did you wash it down with hot chocolate? There was Gok.
Omni, I should have come
But no Neelix-inspired dishes, unfortunately. I don't know why you'd want to cook anything.
Yes, it's all over me.
Roller roots you don't
Leola
want.
root, yeah.
Yes, it's all over me, Ensign.
Mr. VP.
The questions I wanted to ask earlier, which we saved to the end, which is fair enough. I think the answer to that in credit one was that which survives, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, which one?
The end credit, one of the end credit ones, I think it was the last end credit question, and the answer was that which survives.
That was one of them, yes.
So my first, I have two questions about that clue. The first one was what episode was that which survives, because I can't remember the episode, which one it was.
That which survived was an episode where Kirk and the landing party are trapped on a planet, and this alien woman keeps coming out and touching them, and when she touches them, they...
Oh, yeah, that one.
Right,
that
right.
one.
I've come for you.
Yes. I am for Kirk. I am for
Right.
Yeah. So my next question was, so thanks for answering that one. So my next thing that I was curious about was the picture, because I know that they're not always related. Was the picture for that episode the one from the Western episode where Spock has to put, in the end, Spock has to put everyone in a mind meld because it's all in people's imagination, and there has to be no doubt in anyone's mind that the bullets aren't real.
Spectre of the Gun.
Spectre of the Gun.
Was that picture on that clue? There's a scene from that episode because it kind of looked westerny to me.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and because just so you know, because sometimes the pictures line up. Because I couldn't recognize any character names in the credits. I was thinking of that episode, and I got but I still got the episode name wrong for that. The episode I was thinking of anyway, because I was thinking of Spectre of a Gun, and I was thinking the episode's name was Patterns of Force, but it wasn't. It was Spectre of a Gun, but the answer was that which survives anyway. But that's what I was curious about earlier. So thanks for answering that.
No problem.
I actually really like Spectre of a Gun as an episode.
I like it too.
Yeah, that was good.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I finally watched Tombstone, which is the same event. I hadn't seen it. Everybody was telling me I should watch it, so I finally watched it. Good movie. It's about also the OK Corral.
What, the one from the 90s with Kurt Russell?
Yeah. I had never watched the whole thing before. But I watched
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's great. I like it.
Val Kilmer and
It's
Elliot.
I've been rewatching a lot of older movies.
I might try and see if I like it. Is it a Western?
Yeah, it's a Western, yeah.
It's about the OK Corral and the Wyatt Earp and...
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, I'll give it a go.
Just like Star Trek, just like the Spectre of the Gun.
Okay, cool. Omni, may I say that your
Yes.
that your Borg image is very menacing tonight.
Well, he's
Borg-
mad because Starfleet just killed one of his friends. You see, so they killed Torsus, I believe his name was, and he's not happy about it. He's not. He's not He's not happy at all.
Yeah, you killed Croesus, so I will make you suffer for this.
I think. Well, Croesus survived. I think it was Torsus.
Okay.
I think I have to go back and watch it again, but
Yeah.
either way, he's not happy. He's not a happy camper.
From Descent Part 1, right?
Descent Part 1, when they're on the Onyanka 3 station.
I didn't care for Descent that much.
The part that was weird was that ship never worked for me. Like, what was that ship that they had? Was that assimilated from another, like, alien technology that they...
They improved the idea when they did the Enterprise episode.
Well, I was just going to say, like, in Regeneration, they took that ship and kind of Borgified it along the way.
Yeah,
Is that...
they're going for, I think. But
I think that's what they were doing.
It was an odd shape. It wasn't a cube. I guess that was Hugh's ship that just kind of they couldn't go anymore because Hugh screwed him up, that cube, right? And they got disconnected from the Borg. But how'd they end up with this ship? How'd they find more? So a couple of problems with Descent. Yeah, 100%. I don't think it was that great.
I actually really enjoyed it, but I respect you guys' opinion. The one thing I didn't understand, there was only one line in the whole episode that I was like, huh, that's weird. Because Councillor Troy said the only Borg that had a name was you. And we gave it to him, and I'm thinking, what about Locutus?
That's true, too.
The other thing that confused me as well is, like, did they try to, like, hook that episode up to that terrible episode Suspicions where Crusher was talking about some kind of shielding from sun?
Yeah, they did. The metaphasic shielding, yeah.
Those episodes together somehow.
Which, I don't know why. Yeah.
I hated that. It's like, I hate Suspicions.
That was extremely clever. It was very clever. Because they used the shielding to fly into the sun to hide from the Borg. I love that.
The problem is the Borg were really scary up until that point. I mean, you had Hugh Who, you had the best of both worlds, and you had even Iborg with Hugh. Just the thought of the Borg entering the system, the Enterprise crew was scared. They were hiding. You know what I mean? And that was a scout ship, and they were nervous.
They didn't even know the Borg in that one.
But then Descent comes around, and it just kind of started to neuter them a bit. And I obviously it was just one ship, I guess, according to Hugh, that just fell apart. So they got all right. I kind of understand it, but I don't know. It was odd the way they were moving. Then they had phasers all of a sudden on their arms too, which wasn't Borg-like. Those little.
To make them more scary, they ended up making them less scary. They overwrote them. Them.
And
they're using the word "I." I guess they're individuals, but that's probably due to Hugh, right? So
because of you, it made perfect sense to me because of the events that happened in the previous episode with you.
Yeah, but what makes the Borg scary is the fact that they're so methodical and dispassionate, and they'll just do nothing. They'll go against the wall and do nothing, and you don't know when they're going to do something.
That's right.
But as I see where you're coming from, absolutely. I can see why you're saying, because they made them act so differently. But I really like that writing concept of why they were acting differently, and that the Enterprise actually tried to do something good by helping you. I mean, it was at the beginning. It was like using them in a war, and Dr. Crusher rightly objected. She said, even in war there are rules. Should we be doing this? But towards the end of the episode, they had used best intentions at heart, and they tried to help them, but it ended up not through any fault of the Enterprise's crew, but it ended up that this whole cube got really messed up, and I loved that concept. And it was on a few episodes in TNG where they drew on a previous, not one but two previous episodes. So,
Yeah.
I really loved it. Don't get me wrong. I can understand why you guys did it, but I'm just offering a different perspective.
No, it's interesting.
Law was so creepy in the episode.
Well, there's a reason for that, though. They wrote him that way for a reason. There was current events happening during that time, if you remember, in Waco, Texas. And they had this whole cult of personality going on with that guy, Koresh.
Oh, I wasn't aware that he was an allegory for that.
It was. They wrote that episode as kind of an allegory to the cult of personality that he created, the cult. And he was charismatic, and he would just brainwash these people to do his bidding. And that's kind of what Lore was like in that episode.
It was more.
But to me, it totally made sense even without knowing that, because it just was something Lore I could imagine Lore doing, and he was so creepy. I love it. It sent chills up my spine when Lore pretended to be Data and Jodie couldn't see, and he was really cruel. And Lore pretended to be Picard, and Jodie's like, "What? I think Lore's coming back soon. We better get out of here." And Lore's like, and switches back to his own voice. And
well, that was Data. That was Data actually being evil. Yeah.
You're right. It was, and I understand why you didn't like it, but I personally loved it. In fact,
Mercer, what do you say?
The Waco, Texas thing reminds me more of like the episode of DS9 where Ducat gets a whole cult following.
Yeah.
To do the pill.
But that was more like the Jim Jones, like with the Kool-Aid and all that stuff. Like that was. It was almost the same type of idea, though. You're right, and I always thought the same thing. Yeah, the Pah-Wraith cult.
Inspired by something like that. With I think I was reading in the Companion that what was it? The group that was the Comet. They were was that Waco with the Comet?
The Branch Davidian, whatever it was called back then. But...
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Heaven's Gate. Yeah.
That was what Ducat was doing with those people on Terra Nor. What was that episode called? With Kira, and she and what's interesting is that Ducat really did believe. There was a scene where he's by himself and he's praying to the Pah-Wraith, but he wasn't faking.
Well, yeah.
Although he was, but they actually had the scene where he showed that he really did believe something would happen.
He's trying to believe, I guess, right? He was, yeah.
I actually kind of liked that episode quite a bit.
And just to correct something, Empoknor.
Empoknor, yeah, but it was called. What was the episode called? It was not called Empoknor.
It was called Covenant.
Covenant.
Covenant. Right. Yes. And that guy Fava was kind of like one of the. He was like the name for like basically all blind followers who just wanted something to believe it. You know what I mean? He was just. He kind of represented everybody in that group. Like they used him as the main follower character to show how powerful somebody like Ducat can be. So charismatic, like your niece said charismatic earlier. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and it was done that way deliberately. I think they wrote it that way because Lore was always kind of funny, but
Elemo is nothing if not charismatic when he.
Oh yeah.
Performed.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
But I guess the question is with the Borg and Descent, and if a Borg cube is separated, at this point, they don't all become individuals, right? But because Hugh touched the ship, because Hugh's memories touched that ship, they were separated from the collective, and they all suddenly became individuals.
Well, wouldn't it be more like that Voyager episode where they had it was called the Collective, where they formed like a small collective?
Yeah. Unity, I think it was. Wasn't it Unity or is it?
Unity.
Yeah.
Was it, I thought
And
it was
the cooperative. It was called the cooperative, and it was.
where they would solve problems by uniting together, but then they would unite, right? Is that
But
what
they were ex-Borg that had their implants removed, so I can kind of see how they made the journey back to individuals. But these are like full-fledged Borg. None of their implants are gone, and they're all walking around saying I. Like, you know, they're all suddenly individuals, and that's the part that was always strange to me.
it was a storytelling gamble that I
Oh.
don't think worked.
But it was Hugh, right? It was Hugh's
It was
experience.
Hugh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was. That he touched them in a way that they all got a taste of humanity or individuality, I should say, and then that.
Exactly. To me, I didn't have a problem with that. I as soon as the episode, as soon as you was introduced in the episode, I was like, oh, that
Now it makes sense.
And he explained it to Riker, I think it was.
He did.
Riker card, and he says, hasn't the Enterprise done enough trouble already? And to me, I could totally accept that. It didn't
But
seem strange.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Normally,
Sorry.
when,
I get.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Patrick. Go ahead, Patrick.
I think that normally when a Borg cube disconnects or any Borg vessel, those Borg still are connected to themselves, and they just work on a common goal to reconnect to the entire collective.
That's correct.
So they will just
Yes.
fix
Yeah.
the ship, make contact,
Right.
set up an interplexing beacon or something like
Whatever.
in,
Yeah, they
First
make
Contact.
connection again. Yeah.
and then they get rescued. And in the episode with Seven, Unity, they started to become individuals because most likely the vinculum and such of the ship was damaged, and therefore Seven injected them with nanoprobes to create a second collective inside of them.
Well, that's a different episode. I think you're talking about.
Oh.
The no, you're talking about when 2 of 9, 3 of 9, and 4 of 9.
Yeah, those ones.
That was what was that episode called? That was season 6.
Survival instinct.
Survival instinct, where they're on the
Survival
planet.
instinct. Oh, you're right. But doesn't really matter because those were still Borg that are left behind. They want to try to get back. At least Seven did, and the other ones started to misbehave.
Their memories started to surface a bit.
Exactly.
Right, it fragmented, but they started to remember their names, and they go, "Oh my God, how did I get assimilated?"
And I think that only happens when enough of the ship is destroyed at which they were. So
when they're totally isolated from the collective, they start to break down. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, yeah, that's.
And in Descent, it was indeed the Hugh's memories and Hugh's experiences that infected the rest. And therefore they malfunctioned, and then Lore took over.
But was it contained to that one cube? I guess that's the part that was fuzzy to me.
Most
it was
likely.
It was one ship got disconnected from the collective, and they were all just errant drones at that point. They were all just doing their own thing. Okay.
Yeah, they're all blue screening.
Yeah, blue screening. So, okay.
I guess my problem with Descent is I just had this feeling of dread throughout the entire story. There was no spark of hope in it. Star Trek's always about hope, and there just was none in that story.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The whole story down.
A lot of the situations seem contrived. That whole thing where they
Yeah.
abandon the crew, or they have a skeleton crew and they're all on the planet.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
that building.
Yeah.
It just all seemed an excuse to pad out the runtime or something. It just didn't work.
Yeah, I thought sending the entire crew
Well,
down,
you
leaving
guys are
recharges.
really dumping on the
Hang on. Let John finish.
Sorry, Joe.
No problem. I was just saying that I thought sending almost the entire crew down to the planet, and then just leaving Crusher with a handful of people in charge in the ship was a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I mean, they sent most of the command crew. Like they sent a couple of teams of 2, or maybe like 10 or 12 teams of 2. But you're right. They left all the key personnel down on the planet. It makes no sense. Yeah.
Yeah, why was Picard down there? That doesn't make any sense.
No. Well, maybe because he had experience with the Borg. I mean, he could be the right guy to look for them or help fix them. But Geordi should have remained with the ship, or somebody should have, that has command experience. And they left Crusher in charge.
my opinion is that they wanted to up the ante. They wanted to okay, this is, I think it was a season premiere. I'm not sure, but they wanted to okay, here's some awesome new special effects, awesome new location photography, awesome new. They wanted to just double down on everything and have something different happen. But in the end, it just doesn't have the tension that a regular episode would have. They tried too hard to make you remember it. They even tried filming it with that Three Kings lens flare kind of.
Yeah, they did.
And
Yeah.
I
There's
hate
filters. There was filters on the planet. They
filters
used
or whatever.
Yeah.
That's they even used it in that movie Nemesis when they were on the planet with those aliens with the dune buggies. I just hate I hate it when they try too hard to make an impact and it just doesn't feel right.
Mr. VP?
I apologize for accidentally interrupting you before, John.
It's okay.
That was very
All right.
And I didn't hear Patrick start at some point too, so I'm sorry to both of you for that.
Not an issue.
What was I going to say? You guys are really, it's really interesting.
I like your haircut.
Thank you. It's
Chris
really
Eccleston
interesting because I really love the two-parter, and I didn't all those issues, all those things that you were saying have valid points, but for some reason they never occurred to me, and it's really interesting.
Bad episode. I agree with you. It's not a bad episode. It's good.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. What made Best of Both Worlds good was that they didn't have to be. They didn't try to make it something that it wasn't. They still had people on the bridge, on the ship, doing stuff. But the situation and the story was more urgent. But it was still a regular TNG story. It was, I don't know. It just felt more like a TNG episode, but just with the stakes going up compared to the other episodes of the season.
But the Borg were really neutered, I think, there, and they never really recovered. I mean, First Contact was good, and then what happened with Voyager, I thought, was pretty okay.
Voyager was completely overused.
They didn't.
I disagree with you there, Omni. Voyager brought down the downfall of the Borg.
I think because of what Patrick just said, they used him a lot, and every time they brought him back, Janeway
Scorpion
won.
was good, and
Yeah.
The Voyager did good.
Was pretty good, but then it was just downhill.
I'm not a big Voyager fan, but I think Voyager. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going, Jeff.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that when Voyager, they had some good ideas, like the collective idea I just mentioned. But my favorite was when the Scorpion's tail that Chakotay said. That's my single favorite Voyager conversation, and it was worth it just to hear his tale about the Scorpion and how you can't trust him.
It's in my nature.
It's
my nature.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, it's my nature. That story. Yeah, I couldn't think of the ending, but anyway, keep going. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, to the point of overusing the Borg, Mr. VP, it's kind of like Doctor Who. Every time they bring the Daleks back, the Doctor defeats them. I mean, it just kind of neuters the enemy.
Yep.
Yeah, I would.
Every time they get defeated.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But I think Voyager, I disagree that the scene was the beginning of the downfall of the Borg. However, I do agree with, I can't remember who first brought it up, my apologies, that I do agree that it was really stupid. I didn't think about it at the time, all the times I've watched it, but now looking back, I do agree it was really stupid for most of the crew to beam down. It was a really stupid military decision because you don't, Captain should stay with the ship. Like, the ship is paramount, right? The safety of the ship is paramount. So
Paramount Plus.
I'm
I'm sorry. Never mind. I'll be quiet.
Thomas wants to know if the kids were sent down.
Yes.
Oh God! I'd like to think that in the later I know it was never said on camera, and it's certainly not canon, but in my made-up fairyland headcanon, I'd like to think that from about season 3 or season 4 onwards. Now I know that generations would contradict this, but I would like to think that from the start of season 3, let's say, Starfleet knew the error of their ways, and there were no children on board that ship by then. I know generations contradicts it because of the scene of the children being evacuated to the saucer, but
yeah, but we saw the schoolroom and the kids.
Yeah,
you know,
Hero Worship,
Rascals
Rascals, and a few others.
we
Six.
did.
Alexander.
Yeah, that was season 5, wasn't it? Was it?
Rascals was season 6.
Okay, yeah.
And there was one with Alexander in 5, right?
What's the name of that fish that was on the screen?
What?
My head canon doesn't work, does it?
Remember there was like a fish name that was like really long that the kids had to know, the little kids.
Oh yeah, and Rascals.
Yeah, Rascals.
Captain Picard Day. That was done by kids, right? That was not.
Yeah.
Sweat season 5.
No, that was 7, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
it 7?
Pegasus.
It was the no, was it the Pegasus? Yeah, it was the Pegasus. You're right. Yep.
Okay.
I thought it was the Chase, but no, the Pegasus. Yeah.
Yeah, we know Alexander pretty much all the way to the
I
end.
love the Pegasus. It was such a good episode, in my opinion. What was I going to say? To be honest, most of the time when I was because you didn't see the kids very often, and most of the time when I was watching TNG, I just forgot that there were kids on there.
Yeah. I mean, it's implied. I know what you're saying. You don't really... And it's funny, in season 1, you're right. You see them kind of running up and down the halls a little bit more, and they tried to make a bigger deal that there was families on board. It's a really good point. You kind of forget about it later on, but you know they're there, but they don't put it in your face. They don't show the schoolroom every episode. You don't even see civilians too much. Maybe in 10 Forward a bit, but yeah, that's a good point. You kind of don't know that they're there.
Mainly in season 1, as you said, I think there were a couple of things in season 2 as well. Maybe. But I just forgot for most of the time.
Season 3, the bonding. There was something, right? He was a kid on board with his mother.
Yeah. In season 4, Brothers, of course.
Brothers with the Potts brothers. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But most of the time, you just forgot that they were there.
Yeah,
Because it made no sense for them to.
Don't forget Clara Sutter.
Oh, Imaginary Friend.
Yeah.
Imaginary Friend. Yep, that's true too. So every season they seem to sprinkle a little one episode or two that reminds us that there's kids and families on board the ship.
It's funny that it's an idea that really shouldn't work or usually doesn't work, but Seth brought it back with the Orville. He had kids on the ship, and it worked a little bit better there. Although it's kind of risky that he did it, but with he did do it. He did continue it. Like he basically treated the Orville like the Enterprise D. It's just basically what it was.
Yep.
I mean, the whole premise of the Galaxy class was to explore uncharted places of the galaxy for years, right? Just go out there for years and start charting and exploring and long-term exploration. I guess they figured it would be easier for families to be on board instead of being away from their families.
Our families are our strength.
Yeah, that was such a stupid line for Riker. I'm sorry, but that, I mean, it's. I'll be really honest. Having children on a starship like the Galaxy class is child abuse.
Well, and then the whole premise was they were supposed to leave the saucer behind when things got sticky. That was the whole plan, which they didn't go back to that often either. We talked about that in one of our previous conversations. How many times did they actually separate the saucer on screen? 2, 3?
Yeah, exactly.
But the whole point was they were supposed
to count in the movie.
Right, so they were supposed to drop the saucer off whenever things got sticky and then just go in the battle with the battle bridge. and the drive
Yeah,
section.
but yes, which works to a point until you consider, you know, the 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 crew doesn't know whether something will happen, whether there's no guaranteed safe spot in the galaxy to drop them off. So what if while the battle drives away, something else happens and where they drop the saucer off, and then the saucer has no warp drive to escape.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and
that's
don't
the big
forget
problem
the
with that.
source. And don't
That
forget the
that would
saucer
have
has the
worked.
main phasers.
That would have worked if
Right.
they. Oh, sorry, Patrick. I accidentally talked
That's not
over
a
you.
problem.
What did you say?
I said, and don't forget that the saucer section has the main phasers on top and the bottom, and the phaser strips. And yes, the
True.
battle bridge section has on top a small phaser strip, but it is less arc than the entire saucer has.
That's true.
There's
Well,
multiple strips, I think, on the drive section, but in the cells on the bottom, there's a few
Yes,
strips
those
around.
they're still there. But
Yeah.
then again, on the front, it's a big part of the ship, big
That's true.
side,
Well,
top and bottom side. So yeah,
it depends how much weight you put in dialogue. Did you find?
I mean, it's just Gene Roddenberry. I think it wasn't done again, especially after he died. You didn't see this ever again with families living in space. It was the Galaxy class. It was a different time. He wanted to be different, and not so militaristic, I guess, with the ship, or so naval. He wanted it to be more of an explorer type of ship, and
I think that mostly the Dominion War in DS9.
Starfleet is not the
Starfleet
military.
is
right.
cautious again for that.
And the galaxies just are more iconic when they have the saucer attached. Like when they show the galaxy classes charging, either on the Jintaka system battles or other battles, it just looks cool.
Yeah. It's like an
By the
old
way,
friend.
I love that we were talking about it earlier. I love those orbital weapon platforms and how they bounced around before blowing up. When they were getting shot at. Just great special effects for that battle.
And if you remember the Odyssey that went into the Gamma Quadrant in the Jeopardy,
Yeah.
they left behind all their quote-unquote non-essential personnel on
Yeah.
DS9.
But they didn't.
They did, and I like that approach. I love that approach. So let's hope they did that off camera a few times in TNG. They just
Right.
stopped.
And that guy that played the captain, Alan Oppenheimer.
Yeah, Skeletor.
He is just an awesome captain. Like the idea, I think the implication is that if Picard was the captain, if that was the Enterprise and Picard was the captain, things would have gone exactly the way it would under. What's his name?
Keo, Captain Keo.
Yeah, the idea was that he was supposed to basically remind us that it would have been the same with Captain Picard. I think that was the message that they were trying to give us.
Yeah.
Is that he was kind of the same kind of captain.
Same kind of captain as Picard would have been, kind of stiff and Starfleet, and I know what you're saying. He played that Klingon too in the episode with Kales, right, on TNG. He was
Did
the
he
monk.
play? Oh, was he?
The cleric, the one that created the clone. But
I watched it recently on Blu-ray, but I didn't know that he was in that. I didn't get the guy that played Kalis.
What was his name?
Good.
He wasn't bad. I didn't mind him. What was his name? No, it was the Borath colony. But what was the? Oh, what was his name now?
The cleric's name?
Yeah, the cleric's name. The one that Gowron mentioned his name 100 times, and I can't think of it right now.
Koroth. Koroth.
Koroth, right?
Was that really Alan Oppenheimer though?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
He
was good. I mean, he was good in that episode. He acted. He's a good actor.
And usually I pick that stuff up pretty good because I just watch it and never place that it was Oppenheimer. Is he related to the Oppenheimer guy? Robert Oppenheimer, is he related?
I have no idea.
Might be.
The episode, what was it? Rightful Heir. That was the one.
Yep.
Yeah, I just watched it. It's good.
Oh, I really liked that episode. I thought it was really good. Oh, I should put my hand up. Does anyone else want to talk first?
Go ahead, Miss VP.
Okay. Going back to Patrick's point about it looking like the main armaments were only on the saucer. I agree with what we saw and what was obvious on screen, but that is correct, especially with the main one, uh, um, the main one that was like a semicircle, that huge phase array.
Hmm.
But I guess it depends on what you place, whether you place dialogue above visuals, because way back in Encounter at Farpoint, and no, I'm not going to use Matthew's abomination of the title. Um, in Captain Picard's log, he said the battle drive. I might have said the battle section is heading back. The battle drive with the main armaments, containing the main armaments, is heading back to confront.
Oh, I agree with you there, Mr. VP, because all the torpedoes, the launchers front and back, are in the star drive section.
Right.
Yeah,
And also the battle bridge section that the snake had, for a better word, also has a phaser strip on top again.
yeah,
That is normally inside of the saucer section that you cannot
Yeah.
use.
yeah.
But my point was that the saucer has the phaser strip on top and bottom, so that was 2 instead of 1, and they
Yeah,
are longer,
yeah,
so they
yeah.
have more reach in their arc that they can fire at.
Yeah,
But exactly, the main ornaments are in the star drive. That I completely agree with.
yeah. So I agree. I agree with you as well. I'm just saying there's two ways of looking at it.
Indeed, there are.
Yeah.
But there's no deflector dish on the saucer section either, which is interesting.
Yes, there is. It is a very, very small one. I wish I had a picture. Hang on. I've seen the technical manual with it
On Voyager,
Right,
there's
Voyager has a
small one,
secondary
but-
deflector
secondary, but
on the nose, but I don't know about the Galaxy. And I
Hang
mean, again,
on.
they only can travel at impulse, but you still need some kind of navigational deflector. I think. Well, I guess maybe the main shields could do it, right? I guess they could just cruise around with their shields up to
They
knock away
do
asteroids and
actually
stuff.
They do actually have a tiny one on the saucer, which is pretty
yeah?
well hidden, but it is there.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, on the lower part, you're talking about, like on the. Like there's a cutout. There's a cutout on the lower part of the section of the saucer. Is that what you're talking about?
It's on the bottom rather than the top.
Bottom,
but
right? Like a cutout, like a notch. There's a notch in the.
Yes.
I always thought those were windows, but I mean, maybe. It could be some kind of deflector.
I found it. I'm going to send you a picture. I found it. Just give me a second to host it, and I can send you the picture.
Thanks, Bertha, for finding it for me.
And then what about the Prometheus? I mean, that thing split into 3.
I found the Prometheus so annoying it was almost cartoon.
Okay, here it is. I'll put it in private chat.
I couldn't.
There you go.
I couldn't take the Prometheus seriously. I was like, "Are you kidding?" Just
saucer deflector array. Where is it pointing to, though? I can't even. This is for the technical manual.
It's pointing to a little window. It's hard to see where it's
middle section on the bottom. That's 4.
Under 10
4
forward.
squares.
It's like that little section of under 10 forward.
It's notched out. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Okay, so that is okay. Yeah.
It's very small. They really didn't use the saucer thing that much. They used that one episode with the guy from Ghost in it, the subway ghost dude. I just want a drag. I just want one drag.
Then again, if you
was trying to sell
watch this
weapon.
picture,
Arsenal of Freedom.
Arsenal Freedom. He's like, remember from Go? He was in the movie Ghost, and he's like,
Yes, yeah.
I just want one drag.
I don't know if that
you-
helps.
What's that? Oh, you're on the screen now. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So saucer deflector array. It's pointing to that little notch underneath, like you said,
That
like underneath
notch.
10 forward.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right here.
But if you go to the
Yeah.
picture that I posted in the private chat,
Oh, you posted one too? Okay.
then those look just like windows.
I'm
I
trying
mean,
to find my model. There's not.
Now,
helmet.
I will say that this diagram is not canon.
That's
Well,
true.
that's from the technical manual. I would say.
It's, unless it was stated on screen, it's a secondary source.
Really? I thought the tech manual was like official. I really thought it was.
Mr. Scott's Guide to the Enterprise is not official, but the
The Next Generation Technical Manual.
Yeah.
Gene Roddenberry wrote a forward for that. The
But
next
the debate
generation.
that we can have.
And the Okudas worked on the menu.
They did.
But I agree. I sort of agree with you, Jeff. That's not what most people would consider canon. But
Check.
I think in the picture that Patrick posted, I think those are too big to be windows when you consider, the other windows that were just tiny little slots.
Yeah.
Those are way
Maybe
bigger.
some observation style windows, because they do have the same blue lighting behind it. So. Yeah.
Thomas says anything found in a book is not canon. Thank you, Thomas. So you're trashing
Let's
books
look at
again.
John's model, because that's definitive.
Well, this is not a heavily detailed model, but it does have this notch that I think they're
see.
pointing at. Looks like it's right here. Right above
Yeah.
the red.
Yes, right there. Yep,
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
Although it looks kind of similar to the other windows on the bottom of the saucer. So again,
Is that the Playmates toy? Is that the Playmates toy that you're holding?
yeah, it's the Playmates one.
I have that somewhere.
I have that too.
Does it make noise? Can you go to warp with that thing? Hit the button. You
Just
got
like noise.
no batteries?
No, yeah, it's just a.
There you go.
There you go.
I had that. I had that as a kid. Oh my god.
I still
What a
have
blast
mine.
from the... Do you?
Yeah, I think I still have mine.
The
somewhere.
warp noise was the best one. It would go to warp, right? That was the.
I also have the NX01. I'm going to give it to the vice
Wow.
president. I'm going to give it to the vice president. I have the NX01 toy.
Wait, you lost your nacelles? They popped off there, John? They're
Yeah, there's
missing?
a couple ones like this where the cells are missing.
They were so easily popped off. They didn't stay on that well, and they lit up
No, they
too.
didn't.
When you hit the button, they lit up, which was cool. But yeah,
I have the NX01, which I'm going to.
it's a great model.
VP.
Yeah,
I
right,
was
just-
trying to
Okay,
to
yeah.
make the same remark as Thomas. And I wanted to say it's phasing out and in of a space-time continuum.
yeah.
Camera glitches. Without nacelles.
It's amazing how
missing
big
something.
that saucer is. It's huge.
Wait a sec. John, Moose has said something to me about a toy. Sorry, Moose, go ahead.
What was the question?
You said when other people were talking, you were trying to say to me about a toy
I'm
that
going to send you. If you're asking me, hold on, let me see if I get it on film here. I'm going to send you this. What do you think? Would you like that part of your collection?
Well, what I would say, Moose, is you enjoy it because it will be wasted on me. And
Oh, the one on the right he would like. The one on the right he would like, not the one on the
Is this
left.
to scale, these two ships? Do you think they're actually close to
No,
scale?
No.
No?
No.
I think
NX
the Connie's much bigger. I think.
Is
Yeah.
it really?
Yeah.
The one on the right, I would love.
Look at all
so
my
much.
junk food.
But
All my junk food.
the right
Oh,
on
come
the
on.
left,
Come on, Miss Sheepy. You know you want Archer's Enterprise.
no.
Wait, that model's missing some windows, Mercer.
Which one?
The one you just touched, the Constitution class, it's missing some windows,
No, it's not.
and then the cells are not at the right angle.
The cells are exactly.
I think you need your eyes examined.
You know, maybe you're right. Let me check my glasses. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it's much better now. I can see it. Okay, I'm sorry.
At first, I wanted to give Omni the benefit of the doubt and think that he was thinking of the refit, but no, it's just.
Wait. He put his hand on it.
Propaganda.
It is. He put his hand on it like Apollo did. Can you do that again? Put your hand on the saucer like there. There you go.
First make it green. First
I just got to paint it green.
Paint it green. You're done. That's it.
The green glove. That's going to be my Halloween costume. I'm just going to go around with a green screen.
I just carry the Enterprise around.
Carry the Enterprise. The NX-01, which I don't have batteries for, but it also makes noise.
That's a nice model, by the way, of the NX. That looks good.
Yeah, I bought it for like $20. I'm like, I have to buy it.
It's a good-looking model.
Yeah.
Well, it's good if you like it's a faithful recreation if you like the NX. So I'm glad you got it to enjoy this, but no, I don't like it. But I love your Constitution class.
Yeah, it's nice.
Genuine sound effect as well.
It lights up too. The nacelles light up. I like that.
I got it at Walmart for $40.
That's the best $40 you could have spent.
Yeah, it's great for it, and it looks good. Even though it's a toy, it looks good.
No, the proportions look right.
I wish you really had a Walmart. I really do, but we don't.
That deflector dish though is like the one from the cage or something, isn't it? It's like the larger one, but it still looks good.
Yeah, there it is.
Now hang on. There's something I'd like to discuss here.
And the bridge too.
The bridge actually lights up.
That's more like the cage. That's like the cage Enterprise. I like that though.
And these little windows on the side light up.
Huh.
Cool. Now, about deflectors, there's something I'd like to discuss. I think you guys will enjoy this conversation. Have you ever seen Darren Wagner's video on the confusion about the deflector dish? Because if you haven't, it's really good, and I agree with him 100%.
What?
Prior to the episode Best of Both Worlds Part 1, the thing that we now call the deflector dish was never actually considered a deflector dish. It was, well, it depends on when the technical manual was published. But definitely in TOS, in the TOS movies, what people now think of as deflector dish wasn't. It was communications or maybe later on a sensor type dish.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's navigation. It's a communication sensor array or something, but and TNG dish.
And then the Best of Both Worlds, they recanonized what it is for TNG era ships. And people retroactively in their minds thought, oh, okay, then that must be Enterprise's original as in canon, as an airing order original Enterprise,
right.
Kirk's Enterprise. Well, they got confused in their minds and thought, that must have been a deflector dish thing, but it wasn't. And in the movies, they had a deflector dish that was on the back.
No, they had them on the side. They had them on the side. Like if you think about it, the Reliant doesn't have one of those dishes in the front.
Yeah,
but their
exactly.
deflectors are on the sides, every 90 degrees on the circle. On the
side. Yeah.
There's a little nodule for deflecting things. And the same thing with the Enterprise up until Next Generation. That big thing, the radar dish in the front was not a deflector dish. It was
exactly.
And navigations. It was not a deflector dish until Next Generation. They had these little nodules on the side, which I'll try to show you on my toy here. Hold on.
And I actually prefer it as a sensor/communications array.
Well,
think that makes more sense.
To my memory, and correct me if I'm mistaken, that during TOS, the function of that dish was never specified. No, it wasn't called a deflector, but it wasn't called communications or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So when in TNG that similar device was labeled as a deflector, they just assumed that it was on TOS because there's nothing to contradict it on screen.
That's.
No.
I'd say that's true as well. The reason
Right.
the reason Darren calls it communications is because visually it looks like, kind of like a satellite dish, but you're right. It wasn't. I agree with you, John. It wasn't.
I don't agree.
Well, we
No,
have
there may have been things stated in technical manuals specifying its
right.
function, but
I was just
technical
going to say
manuals
that,
are not canon.
which I'm surprised at because a lot of the producers made those manuals. Like they came from inside the writer's room, so to speak. It wasn't like just a couple of novelists writing this stuff for entertainment. Like it came from the actual crew of the show. So I always thought that Red Next Generation technical manual was canon, or at least was as canon as you can get. But they explain the deflector dish on TNG. Let's just with diagrams. They show that it projects this field ahead of the ship, and it knocks away all the little asteroids and the little space matter that could damage the ship when they're going at such high speeds. That was the whole point of it. And even Gene Roddenberry's talked about that too. But think about this for a second. In the 1960s, 1966, 1965, we haven't even been to the moon yet. We've barely been to space. So between 1965 and 1985, our knowledge of space and space travel has increased so much that the physics got better, in the Next Generation. They realized they have to project this field in front of the ship to knock away the asteroids that otherwise would damage the ship at warp speed or whatever. So it evolved. And I know what you're saying.
Did they even have inertial dampeners in the original series?
Well, they kept flying all over the place. I mean, who knows? Every time the ship got hit.
Because they created inertial dampeners to compensate for like the idea that if you're coming out of warp, everybody should be flying right toward the view screen and becoming salsa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Well, the other way too, if they go to warp, you'd be plastered against the back wall, right?
Yeah.
That would be the other.
I remember we were talking about this a couple weeks ago, last time we played this game, but one of the things I loved about that booby trap episode is that they actually had the attention to detail to say, hey, we have very little inertial dampeners, but we're going to go for 1 second at impulse, and it's going to cause a jolt. They actually thought about that, like whereas in New Track they would never written that. They probably wouldn't care enough, even in the TNG movies, even like in like Nemesis and even First Contact, which I love. They didn't care enough about the little things, but in that episode, Booby Trap, they said, hey, we're going to go to impulse for a few seconds, and it's going to cause you to jolt, so brace yourself. They actually thought about that.
I think any warp vessel has inertial dampers. So that's my theory.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they mentioned it in TOS, but in Enterprise, Mr. Vice President, Shuttle had inertial dampeners.
Yeah.
I agree that inertial dampeners are a really good concept, and I like the science and details. Why should I be? But why should I be? I mean, do you want a medal? Does Enterprise want a medal for including inertial dampeners? Big whoop! I mean,
Wow.
Big whoop.
Wow.
Big whoop.
Wow.
Big whoop.
I mean, it's just following TNG and the other TNG era shows. Well done, you've included something.
I guess what I'm getting. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
I guess what I'm getting at is if they had them in the Enterprise era, then it would logically follow that they had them in TOS era.
Now you've created a rant. Are you ready?
Oh boy.
Go ahead. And Mercer, you lost your camera, I think.
Not only his camera, complete connection. He's gone.
Is he gone?
He's gone. He may have purposely left and come back. There he
His
is.
inertial dampeners have failed.
There
You got this new book this a couple days ago. Orville Guide to the Orville.
Here
Oh
goes.
wow!
Came in.
It's a pretty awesome
Wow!
book.
And his
It's got a poster. Let me show you the poster.
Listen, was it made with the blessing of authorized by Seth in terms of
Oh, it's all
canonicity?
authorized. It's written by Andreas Bormanis, who worked on TNG as well.
Andre Bormanis, yeah.
Yes,
Wow,
written by him.
it's so cool.
He was like a science consultant, and then I think he became a producer or a writer or something later
So
on.
here's like I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's like a guide to the ship. You know, it's hard to get everything on camera, but they have like a complete guide to everything about the ship.
No, it's great. It's very nice.
And the whole book is written in universe. The whole book treats you like you're in the universe and you're about to join the Orville crew. That's how the book is written.
Does it explain? Because one of the things that frustrated me about the Orville is they didn't explain the quantum drive.
I didn't read it all yet. But
Yeah.
one thing I'm interested in is how their first contact was different with aliens from Star Trek with the Vulcans, like who they first contacted with. There is a little bit about that in this book, and
Cool.
so I haven't read it yet, though. I haven't read all of it yet, but I just got it.
Awesome.
So I just wanted to share that with you guys. You can buy a deluxe version, which has that same map, but as a poster, and it also has some patches that you can get, like the crew patches. So
Eric wanted to know, is that book canon? I guess you'd have to ask his
I think for Orville it is. I think for Orville it is canon, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm waiting for this rant.
Lucilla.
You're bracing yourself for the rant.
While you're reading, I'm going to bring up an image from TOS, the remastered version.
Okay.
But go ahead.
What? Sorry, John.
Oh, the Orville's good, Planet X. Orville is good.
Orville Redenbacher. He does make good popcorn.
Oh.
Sorry, I missed what John said.
While you're getting ready to rant, I'm going to bring up an image from the TOS remaster.
Okay.
Does that count?
Right. So could you please put me full screen? Because I want people to
On screen.
yeah. I want people watching a replay as well, and I want this on record on YouTube.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, sorry.
So no, that's okay. So full screen again, if I may.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
very funny. Right. I'll try and rant without raising my voice and yelling, because it does raise my blood pressure. But this right here is why I cannot stand prequels. They mess up canon and they mess up whatever universe they're set in. It's too limiting for the writers, and they inevitably make mistakes, and it just messes everything up. Because Jeff said, well, if it happened on the NX-01, therefore it must have been in the original series. No, because prequels mess everything up, and not necessarily. You know, they in terms of the visuals, they TNG-ified a lot of stuff, like the warp effect and a lot of stuff. And I don't even know which warp scale they use. Were they intelligent enough to use the old original series warp scale, or was warp 5 the new warp 5? I'm not actually sure. But this is why I damn well hate prequels, because whatever universe prequel touches, it destroys. because they inevitably make mistakes and ruin things. So I will not accept evidence from, I don't even want to say the name, and it really insults me that they use a name Enterprise for that subpar series. Enterprise is like an iconic name for our beloved ship that started with the original Enterprise, commanded by Captain Christopher. Actually, Robert April first, and then Christopher. Someone's snoring. Am I putting you to sleep? Anyway, I'm nearly done, I promise, but I really hate that they use the name Enterprise for that ship and that subpart of the series. The Enterprise name deserves better than to be marred by that swill. Alright, I'm done. Thank you.
To me, it's all about good storytelling. If you're just making a prequel and you're not paying any attention to it, like with Enterprise, the commentary track for the first episode, a lot of times they used the phrase "split the difference," meaning they had to make it seem more advanced than what we have today, but less advanced than something that was produced in the '60s, which is very difficult to do. But so they split the difference. So they created a set that looked like a submarine. So as long as they're giving it the effort, that you could tell that they're putting thought into it, and the stories are good and the characters are good.
And now with the rest of the franchise, right, Mister?
But you see, what I'm trying to tell you is that it's not just like they were very careful how they did it. It's not perfect. There are like episodes of Enterprise that I think were terrible, but I think they put effort into it and they put thought into it. And it's not like the Star Wars prequels where, oh, we're going to have midichlorians and explain the Force. They don't do anything like that, you know?
No, they just treat Vulcans as jerks.
But you got to understand that's how the Vulcans were, because they were actually under the control of the Romulans. That you don't find that out until the fourth season, but they were under the control of the Romulans. They were was not the Vulcans that we knew. They were being they were corrupted by the Romulans, and not even they knew it. But you find out in the fourth season that the Vulcan High Command, which even the name indicates it, they were being controlled remotely by the Romulans. That's why they hated humans.
Yeah,
right? Right? Do you remember that? They were controlled. Am I wrong about this? They were controlled by the Romulans.
No, you're not.
Well, the head guy was.
Well, yeah, but the whole idea is that the Vulcan High Command was disbanded in the fourth season. The implication was that they weren't following the philosophy that the Sierranites were following, which are the true Vulcans that we know. They as a group, the Vulcans were very dogmatic. They were not open to mind melds. They were very judgmental over those other group of extreme. They would call groups
melders. Yeah,
melders. The implication is that they weren't the Vulcans that we knew, and that was the point, and it wasn't just that guy.
It was an interesting twist. We didn't really know that until season 4.
Right,
you just assumed that it was like, when they said Vulcan High Command and T'Pol worked for them, you thought it was just all normal Vulcan.
Right.
And they were just kind of stiff and rigid and you didn't realize that it was going to be a whole revolution or a evolution of their government. But you're right. The Romulans were manipulating stuff even back then.
And I thought it was cool. I mean, maybe I would have done it a little different here and a little different there, but overall, I thought it was good.
Then when was the Romulan Earth War? Then this is I guess were they getting to that?
After,
they were going to do it in the
after Enterprise.
So after Enterprise, they were going to get to that point. They were leading up to that.
They were actually going to do it in the fifth season had it been renewed.
Season 5.
Season 5 was going to be it. Okay.
Yeah, and Shran was going to be a regular character on the ship.
Shran?
Shran was going to be a regular character.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. That would have been fine.
So, yeah, I just, the point is that I there were some parts of Enterprise that were hard for me to swallow, but overall, they split the difference between telling a story that would work as Enterprise and then also, you know, finding its way into canon and yet not really canon because there's also time travel involved right from the beginning, where a temporal Cold War was, changing things a little bit from what was established. And
That's why it's not even in the Prime universes.
But see, I feel like the time travel happened that created the Prime Universe. Like, I think it was all supposed to happen the way it happened. They didn't mess with it. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe, but I can't cope with it being in the Prime universe. I'm sorry.
because of the temporal stuff. Is that what you're saying? So if they eliminate all that temporal stuff with Daniels and with Silic and the future guy, if you get rid of all that, does that make it better? I mean,
the whole
premise.
They have to get rid of the Ferengi in season 1 and all the bloody stupid.
I didn't have a problem with Ferengi.
Canon violation.
The Borg, maybe, right? I mean, they shouldn't have been exposed to them that early, but
that was a great episode, though.
I know, it was really good. So
it worked. It worked in terms of canon because it was like a circular temporal loop where the signal that they were getting was from the Borg, and that's how the Borg found their way here 3 centuries ago. Like, they closed it pretty well. They put a button on that loop.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mr. VP.
Explain this to me then, Mister. And I'm sorry, my tone's probably a little bit combative, which probably isn't.
No, you're good. Here's the thing. Before you go on, I love getting red-faced over Star Trek, as long as like on Facebook where you're talking about like politically correct or diversity and all that stuff. I hate that. But when you're getting red-faced over what a warp drive can and can't do, I don't mind that. You know what I mean? So go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mercer.
But that's a good position to take, and thank you, Mister. I'm glad I did not.
You're welcome. No, I mean that. I love debating this stuff, as long as it doesn't become like this political thing where people are accusing people of racism or whatever. I'm not into that, but I like when we talk about actual Star Trek and get red-faced over it. That's great. So that's
good. So what I was going to say is, explain to me the amnesia that is required by earlier film seasons that is required so that nobody knows about the Borg, nobody knows about the Ferengi.
Well, first of all, I think Voyager messed it up more than Enterprise ever did. Because Voyager had the Atticus family knowing and actually going after a Borg ship before J25. Now, the way Enterprise did it was that they never heard the name Borg. And we're talking about a closed loop. Now, I haven't seen Regeneration in a few weeks, but apparently the signal that the Borg were sending were the same signal that caused the Borg to go into the Federation space to begin with. It was a very kind of closed loop, and it's quite possible that that Starfleet just didn't make the connection until they didn't read Cochrane's biography close enough, or they didn't read the logs close enough, or they didn't make the connection between what Cochrane wrote about these cybernetic creatures and what the logs said. It's quite possible. I mean, they have hundreds of years of logs to go through,
Yeah, there's 200 years difference there between Enterprise and J25.
Yeah, that is true. But you're telling me Starfleet never said, "Oh, look at this."
Maybe they did. Maybe they knew about it and they didn't want anybody to know about it. Maybe they didn't want it to get out. Maybe they did know. Maybe Section 31 knew, and they didn't want to scare people about the Borg. They didn't want. Hang
on. I wasn't finished. You're telling me that they didn't think, oh, there's this horrifying species. We better prepare for it. We better. Why didn't they have better weapons then to prepare? You know, you're telling me that no preparation was made. I'm
Well,
sure they didn't know what they were called.
I think we're forgetting the sequence of events a little bit because the neutral zone, which is the end of season 1, that was supposed to be the Borg messing up or destroying those outposts on the neutral zone. Then J25 happened when Q flung the Enterprise to J25, which was, I guess, we already talked about this, in the Beta Quadrant somewhere.
It's possibly the Alpha Quadrant.
Oh, okay. I thought it was, all right. Alpha, Beta, it was a long ways away, but so that they had inklings. But you're right about the Hansons. Like, what rumors did they hear to send them off in a little science vessel to chase Borg? Like, they must have heard rumors. They must have had reports of something.
On their ship.
And that was odd. That was odd.
The Eagle Boss model of the Borg cube on their ship.
Yeah,
that was odd.
That was really the problem.
Yeah.
That they gone out and find them. Whatever. That can be done with rumors.
Now,
But,
if the Hansons left after
J25,
if the Hansons left after J25, that would have made more sense.
And I
because
like the fact that even if you're right, even if it's a continuity error, Regenerations has such this cool retro sci-fi. It was like watching The Thing, where you have we know it's the Borg, but those scientists that are working, they don't know who they are. And it's just so fun to watch, Sometimes you have to if a show is good, you can't worry about the continuity with hundreds of other episodes, because there's literally hundreds of episodes of Star Trek, and sometimes the continuities are not going to match. It's not just about the Borg. There are tons of single episodes that don't match continuity with other episodes, and if they're good, you watch it anyway. You like it, It's just the way it is.
Very good pun, Pedro. Musa, I agree. Musa, I actually agree with you that the Regeneration episode from a single if you isolate that episode, it is kind of entertaining.
Yeah, it's a fun episode, and the fact that we know that these guys are Borg and they don't, like those researchers, and they're just speculating. That was a lot of fun to just watch play out. It was just
that's true.
Entertaining. It's just I'm willing to go with it. It's only when you have something like the Star Wars prequels where you've totally reformatted everything and it's not as interesting. That's when I get angry at prequels. I don't mind bending continuity here and there because it's a story, and stories change.
So what I was going to say is, I did find I loved is a single episode. I found that entertaining and suspenseful and enjoyed it, but I don't like Enterprise overall for what it did, the implications for the rest of the franchise.
I think we know that.
Yeah.
You've made that abundantly clear.
Yeah. Do
you like any other episodes?
No, I do not really love Enterprise.
Did you like The Forge? Did you like the Forge episode? Like the Vulcan trilogy?
Was that? I don't think I saw that. That wasn't the crossing of the desert one, was it?
No. Well, not that one. You're thinking of the other one.
Okay.
The one where Archer is asked about the same. He's asked the same questions that Spock was asked when he meets up with Siren.
No, I haven't seen that, Miss. I haven't seen.
And Siren asked him the same things that Spock was asked when he was retaking the test on Vulcan.
How do you feel?
Anyway, sorry guys.
How do you feel?
How do you feel?
How do you feel?
Mr.
I do not understand the question, Mother.
Guys, I didn't realize what the time is. My dinner cure is here. I've got to go. But really
real
good
quick,
chatting with you all.
Eric wants to know what you think of Strange New Worlds.
Oh,
Award-winning.
For the same reasons. I mean, I really don't like it. However, because there's been so much, the whole franchise has been so ruined and foobarred beyond recognition after Voyager. At that point, I decided to treat Strange New Worlds in the beginning as just light-hearted entertainment in a totally separate universe. Now that season 3, is, it seems like it's going to be even more terrible. I think I'll stop. I may stop Strange New Worlds altogether. So yeah. But
You'll
anyway,
watch it. You'll watch it. You'll watch it, and it'll be good. Don't worry.
I'll see. I don't know. I know you have to say that on it. You got to keep those lobsters and steaks coming.
Somebody has to pay for them.
But in Airfield Academy, I will not watch one pixel of that show.
Not one pixel.
Wow.
Whoa.
It has the Doctor in it.
I don't care. Anyway, guys, I really have to go. Good talking to you all. Thanks for listening.
Good to see you, Mr. V.
Take care.
Have a great day, Mr. VP.
Take care, Miss VP. Enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy it. What's on the menu for your prison dinner tonight? What are they serving tonight?
I literally don't know because.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
It should be in prison.
Well, New Zealand, you know.
I know this for them.
You missed it.
Very nice timing, by the way.
Say hello to Tom Paris.
That was a very.
Nick Licano.
Do you mean Nick Licano or Tom Paris?
Either one. They're both there. They were both there. It doesn't matter.
Alrighty. See you guys.
Take care.
Take care, Captain Archer's hair.
Season 4.
Season 4, yes.
Oh.
He's like, oh.
Lost his appetite.
Did you say take care of it, or what do I think of it?
No, take care. Captain Archer's hair. From season 4.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty, see you guys.
See you later.
Bye, Mr. VB.
Oh, he's funny.
Ervik, yeah, we all miss AQOT. Zoe is doing pretty well. She is doing her videos on her channels, so you may want to check her out. And Conti, we've not heard from since July. We have no idea how he's doing.
And Zoe does like video game reviews mostly, right? Isn't that what she does? Yeah.
Although she does also Trek Hammer.
She'll do Trek videos too, short opinion videos on Trek.
They're like 6 to 10 minutes long each one. She's doing every episode.
Oh, I have to retune in. She's doing every episode?
Yeah. She's working her way through TOS and Discovery right now.
Oh, I don't know. What is it? Classic Gaming? What is her channel again? Game
Hammer.
Game Hammer. That's what it was. It was Classic or something. I don't remember now. Okay.
Let me get the links.
I just want to make sure I'm subbed the right way for her, because I'm not getting any notifications and I don't want to miss it.
While the professor's looking that up, there was something I wanted to talk about. One of our earlier conversations. Namely, it was the issue of what was the deflector dish in TOS.
Mm-hmm.
So the episode that occurred to me was the Paradise Syndrome, where they use the deflectors to attempt to divert the asteroid that's going to hit the Indian planet. So in the original effects in TOS, they just show it on the view screen, so you can't really see where it's coming from. I found a picture of that as well. Let's try to bring that up, first of all.
That's interesting.
I just put her gaming. I just put her gaming channel in chat.
In chat, okay.
Game Hammer Classic Gaming. It's YouTube
CG.
chat.
Okay.
I can also put it in private chat if need be.
Let's see here. I don't know why. I'll have to click on it. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, if you can stick it in the private, because I want to click on it. I can't click on it in the main one.
StreamYard.
Yeah. StreamYard, I can't.
Private chat.
Thank you. Because I know I'm subscribed to her. I just want to make sure Maybe I thought I was. Okay, I'm subscribed now.
I'm trying to find her other channel.
Most likely you click too many times and then it unsubscribes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, you clicked it 200 times, in a row.
200 times, that was it, yeah.
It was on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off.
200 or 100 or whatever it was.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sub now. Again, I thought I was. Okay.
Trying to find her other channel.
Isn't the other one called All Mouse Media?
That's it. That's it.
I think I have a link for that one.
Yeah, I just found it. In the private chat. Oh, you got it, John.
That one I'm subscribed to. That's what it was. That one I'm on. And this is the one where she does the Star Trek chats. Yeah. That's okay. The gaming one, I guess I wasn't sub to.
Video reviews. She does a variety of things. She's doing Star Trek right now, but she's done Doctor Who. I don't know what else she's done. Maybe Red Dwarf or something.
She says the pivotal Spock episode. That's right, pivotal. This Side of Paradise. Very good. Have to watch that.
I think
she's done some videos with her wife.
Oh yeah.
I think that video was recommended to me. Something about This Side of Paradise. What channel was it?
It's Mouse.
All Mouse Media.
Mouse Media.
Okay, I was recommended that today.
Yeah, that's Zoe's sci-fi channel, basically.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, I was recommended this. I'm going to have to watch this video later. Yeah. Look at Sandoval, man.
You like Sandoval?
No, he's just like such a the guy that they picked. He's a strong looking dude. Like
1960s. Him and his hair tonic. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just his Brill cream.
He just looked like. But when they said, okay, the crew is really healthy and really he just looks like they got somebody that is convincing for that.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm Elias Sandoval.
It's a good name too. Well, it's a very strong name, Elias.
I mean, is that supposed to be like an Hispanic name though? I mean, I don't know. He doesn't look too Hispanic to me, but whatever.
John,
continue, John.
You were talking about.
Yes, this is a screenshot from the original version of the Paradise Syndrome, where they're using the deflectors to try to keep the asteroid from hitting the planet. So we just see the beam from the view screen. We can't tell exactly where it comes from, although it does seem to be coming from somewhere beneath the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then when they did the remastered effects for the episode.
That's why Star Trek is so cool, John, is because it's just a bunch of guys watching TV on a 50-inch screen. That's all it is.
Now,
John.
Yes, in the remastered version, you have an exterior shot of the ship showing where the beam's coming from. I'm trying to bring that one
now,
up.
who did the remaster? Was it? Okay.
Well, it's the Blu-rays. The
Yeah, but who did it? Like, is it Okuda?
Yeah, Okuda was in charge.
Yeah.
Was he really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that is coming. Go ahead.
That's what you were saying, Professor. You can see it's coming from the dish. Now, that depends on how much stock you want to put into the remastered version of TOS. Whether they say this is retroactive or not.
Why does that look so thick? The rim of the saucer looks so thick in that shot.
I don't know. Maybe it's the angle.
Yeah,
the saucer itself looks small, and yet the rim looks very thick.
Or maybe it's the angle. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No
it's
problem.
okay.
Because if you basically believe the remastered version, that would be an establishment of that dish being used as a deflector in the period of TOS.
Okay,
Sure.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't see why it can't be. I mean, I just don't. I know originally it probably wasn't conceived as it, but why couldn't it do multiple things? It could communicate. It could deflect asteroids. It could do a lot of different things. And there's no reason why it couldn't. They didn't talk about it that often on the
What
show,
was the
if
episode
ever.
where they mentioned that they could detach the nacelles?
He said jettison of the cells in one of the episodes. He said it in
The apple.
Was it the apple? Yeah.
Yeah.
When
He said
Paul
something-
was
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're
when
good.
Paul was attacking the Enterprise and dragging it down into the atmosphere.
The other thing that was strange about TOS, and I think that it was only in TOS where they did this, where they actually had the main ship phasers could be set to stun. Right? I don't
a
think
piece of
they
the
used
action. Yeah.
yeah, a piece of the action, which is fantastic. But I don't think they had a stun setting in any other episode for a ship's phasers.
I mean, they can control it though. I mean, what did
Not
the
directly
card say?
mentioned, but not directly mentioned indeed. But they can change the frequency and output levels in TNG and such.
Yeah, because they can do like 1/100th power or something. They can fine tune those things down.
But what about? All right, here's a question for you. Take the episode Blood Oath from DS9, where Dax is teaming up with those 3 Klingons, and they go to the albino planet. She does something to even the odds, and she's able to make it so that no matter where you are on the planet, you can't fire a particle weapon. She does something, and you wonder, why didn't they do that during the war?
I know, right?
You know what I mean? Like, she does something, I forget what it was, that where it causes it. There's no way you could fire a particle weapon anywhere on the planet.
She does something with the cloak, where they cloak the ship and they fire some kind of field.
Yeah.
Some interference field or something at the
It would have
planet.
been big help during AR
Dampening field.
558. You know what I mean?
The thing is, if you use that kind of thing against the Jeopnerdy are also fierce in hand-to-hand combat, so unless you get much of an advantage there.
Right. I'm just throwing it out there. It's something I noticed. I think you're right, John. I'm just throwing it out there because I noticed it. Here's the thing about here's what I think about Star Trek. People put a lot of stock into the continuity of Star Trek, but to me, it doesn't quite work because even the time travel episodes alone, it's not really about continuity. Because if you think about the way time travel works, there's a few different kinds of time travel. There's like what do they call those different paradoxes? There's the grandfather paradox. There's the predestination paradox. There's different kinds of time travel. But the way I see it is that technically every franchise can only use one type of time travel. As soon as you use more than one type of time travel, you're already breaking your own rules. So like the Terminator can only use the grandfather paradox because once they do something else, then they're stretching the rules. But Star Trek, because they have so many episodes, has used every kind of time travel. And if you actually were to add it up, it would never work out. The continuity would be broken. So Star Trek is a mixture between a show that has continuity and a show that is an anthology show like Twilight Zone. And you see what I'm getting at? It's kind of both kinds of shows.
I know that, again, Roddenberry tried to dissuade the writers from using time travel wherever possible. He didn't like that trope.
Well,
they tried to minimize it.
Time travel. I'm not just talking about time travel. What I'm saying is that that's just my example. But Star Trek, people put so much stock into the continuity, but it's also very episodic, and a lot of times it's meant to just be a scenario that is a one and done for each episode. You see what I'm getting at? So it's like they kind of mix the two. So I don't take it too seriously in terms of oh, if an episode contradicts something that happened 30 episodes ago, I don't really care because a new writer worked on a new episode and had this idea. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
No, obviously you're going to have little overlaps here and there that are not intentional. But I think because writers care so much about keeping the universe somewhat pure, that it becomes almost like something you can count on as a fan.
It's pretty good. It holds up pretty well.
It holds up. I mean, and the way
hold
they respected the movies, they respected the original series. I'm talking about TNG era now. Like they didn't trample on it, and they put it 75 years in the future. So they respected it, and of course Enterprise did as much respect as they could, although some people would argue they couldn't, but they did. They really tried to keep everything tight. Yeah, so even in DS9, there's a lot of little Easter eggs of different species they mentioned from TOS, and there's just all these little threads that kind of come together, but it's something you can count on. It doesn't wildly contradict itself. Some people will say the episode
has to come first. What I'm saying is the story that you're telling in the present has to come first.
Okay.
You see what I'm getting at?
I do. Some people will say the episode parallels. They have a problem with that episode. I don't.
Oh, Red Letter Media does.
Yes, because it's like this multiverse now. You have a Star Trek multiverse where everything that could have happened did happen.
Yeah.
And that almost like basically negates the whole thing. I don't have a problem with that episode. I understood it. It was just a subspace anomaly, and they fixed it. They buttoned up the keyhole. Yeah. I'm cool with all that. I'm not getting hung up on it. Some people do.
What I'm trying to say is that when a writer comes up with an idea, they don't feel the need to not produce it just because it contradicts something completely from. They usually try to fit it as good as they can, but even still, if somebody has a great idea, they're going to try to use it.
Yeah, they have a Bible too. I mean, the writers have a literal Bible that they can work off of. And then there's also a showrunner they'll maybe take a script and say, listen, you're pushing it too far here. Change this, change that. You got to work under these parameters. You can't use this species. Like, there's someone overseeing the whole writing process back then. Anyway, now it's a different story. Now,
did you know that Hard Time, the episode with O'Brien in prison? Originally, the ending of that episode where he kills his cellmate, that was based on an idea where Ceto Jaxa would kill her cellmate, and they were originally going to do a follow-up with her in prison.
That's interesting.
And it was going to be her killing her cellmate, and they decided not to bring her back, but they used an idea from that episode for the O'Brien episode.
That was a great episode. Good writing, great acting.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the pain in his face, and it was really good. I mean, it was a good, well-written show.
So regarding the idea of continuity versus a good story, the good story obviously is important, but I don't believe that you have to sacrifice continuity to tell the story.
Yeah.
But in most of New Trek, they say, oh, well, continuity is not important as long as we're telling a good story, although I think most of their stories are terrible.
Yeah.
But in any case, I think a good writer can do both.
Yeah. What the reason I use time travel as an example is that technically, let's say instead of hundreds of episodes, we only had 20 episodes of Star Trek. Let's just for the sake of making my point. Once you use the grandfather paradox, it wouldn't make sense to use another kind of time travel paradox because
why not?
Because I'd have to. That's a good question. I'd have to explain. I'd have to look at the time travel methodology and thinking very carefully. Like for example, if you were to mix Interstellar with Tenet, it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? It just the time travel they're incompatible with each other in terms of the kind of time that you're talking, in terms of the method of messing with time that you're talking about. So, but the problem is, so for example, you take Orville, the Priya episode kind of is contradicted by the time they get to the road less taken in the second season. In fact, these guys did a video on how it's contradicted. And the thing is, it's just a different time travel method. It's a different theory of time travel.
Different phenomenon, different technology. Right. Maybe it could produce a different type of time travel.
Right.
But
just like in Star Trek, you have lots of different faster than light methods. I mean, we were just talking last night about the catapult and that wave thing.
The wave thing, yeah, that they created, right?
And warp drive and wormholes.
Soliton wave? Soliton wave?
Soliton wave, yeah.
We try to find
it. Soliton wave.
What was that group that this video?
Quantum slipstream, and you have all these different methods. Why not different types of time travel?
Yeah, it's true. And I think Star Trek always respected time travel. They didn't go there too often, and when they did it, they always cleaned up their messes. They never left a mess in the timeline. They always kind of kept it tidy.
But if you were to put, what I'm trying to say is that if you put just their time travel episodes back to back to back, you probably could find a flaw in terms of why one method works and one doesn't. I'd have to. We're talking about something I'd have to do research before demonstrating it. But this video kind of does it. If you guys get a chance during the week to watch it, you don't have to watch it now because we don't have time. But the way my comment in the video in the comment section is that in terms of time travel ideas, these shows, both Star Trek and the Orville, are more like anthology shows, meaning like let's see what different ideas we can try. Let's see.
The one time travel that I have trouble with in Star Trek is the one in Tomorrow's Yesterday. That made no sense when they came back forward in time.
You talking about the Naked Now? The Naked Time?
No, Tomorrow's Yesterday.
Yeah, they had to go back, bring the records back down. I didn't understand it, but I liked it. When they had to go back down and actually bring the records, the videotapes, back to the...
Why beamed him back in his plane or something too, right? Then they
they beamed him back in his plane, but the Enterprise wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, I didn't understand it, but I thought it was a cool idea. I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like I thought it was interesting. Yeah.
I mean, and they explained, I think, in the early seasons of Star Trek that Spock's formula allowed them to travel back in time. Like they didn't know how to do it until Spock figured out how to slingshot around the sun. And then once they had that formula, then they can go back whenever they wanted. I thought maybe they were going to go back more often, but they didn't.
Well, 09 kind of made a mockery out of that when Spock gave old Spock Prime gave new Scotty the formula for transwarp whatever beaming, and he's like, "Oh, it never occurred to me to think space is the thing that's actually moving." Right? Wasn't there like a whole thing about that where they somehow were able to beam onto the Enterprise even though it's warping?
Right.
It made no sense.
That was a little goofy because you're right. The Enterprise was light years away at that point,
and it was warping.
So far, and it was at warp. That was that was
which they never did in TNG.
No,
because
or
even
TOS.
For the episode where they gave to when they went to Grave Thrills, they dropped out for a second and then went back to warp.
Right.
And then when they beamed, they had the feeling that they were inside of the wall.
You know, it's interesting.
That's true.
Because when they were writing, for example, Best of Both Worlds, and O'Brien says, we've matched warp velocity so that you guys can beam over to the Borg ship. The writers thought that was a big pill for the audience to swallow. We're going to beam over to a ship while at warp, and then they had O'Brien deliver that line where they matched warp velocity. Mm-hmm. That's nothing compared to what Star Trek going on did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
The point is, they had never done anything like that before Best of Both Worlds, where somebody beams from one a ship at warp to another. I don't think it had been done.
The Emissary, didn't they beam the pod into the transporter room while they were at warp?
But again, they match speed.
They matched speed, but it was the same technique. It was the same thing.
I think, you might be. I had to watch the Emissary, and the point is, it was pretty rare, and they made a big deal out of it. But compared to what New Trek does, they really cared back then about whether it could work.
Exactly. Back then they did.
But that's why I keep bringing up that booby trap example when they said, "Oh, there's actually radiation. We actually worry about inertial dampeners not working." Like they actually cared about it to even write it in the episode.
No, it was thoughtful. It was clever. They kept the science a little tighter back then, and they tried to pay the science a little bit more respect, if you will, back then. But
it's similar to like when you take Iron Man when he first creates the Iron Man suit. You're actually watching him develop the technology of how to make it fly and how to make the repulsors work. By the time you get to Infinity War, his suit could do anything. It's like magic. There's no thought. It just whatever they need the suit to do, it can do. It's just like magic. And to me, the problem with any long-running franchise is that eventually technology becomes magic. It happened on Voyager. Voyager can do anything just by a few pushes of the button. By the time you get to the 7th season of Voyager, they can literally do anything with their deflector dish or their shields. They even have like Batman armor. Didn't they have like Batman armor?
Well, that was in Endgame. I mean,
right. The point is, it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. It was really dumb.
It worked against the Borg. I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool, but
it looked cool, but it looked stupid. It looked both very cool and very stupid.
What's that, John?
I think if you've seen Strange New Worlds, it's not the dumbest thing you've ever seen. The end of Voyager.
The point is,
no
you
question
don't care
here,
as much
John.
about the mechanics. The longer a franchise lasts, less they care about how it works.
He's got to get that dig in, huh, John? You got to send that zinger in at the end. Huh?
John's really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
He stays quiet for 5 minutes and then just throws in a zinger against Strange New Worlds. I love it. It's great.
Strange New Continuity. That's what I call it. I like what you got. I think, Jeff, you came up with that? Strange New Continuity?
I did, but
Yeah.
I came up with another one. Strange neurological weirdness.
That's a good one.
That's good. Yeah, I'm on a Strange New Worlds group on Facebook, and I'm always dissing. And they're like, "Why are you part of this group?" And I'm like, "Well, because I do like Anson Mount, and I do like Ethan Peck, and I'm hoping the show is good, but it never is."
No,
I think there's hope for season 3. I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
Yeah,
did
you see the Vulcan?
I didn't like the Vulcan one. That was horrendous. But I liked the other one a lot. It felt like Star Trek to me. I mean, it was a good battle scene.
I didn't like that clip because, all right, Picard asked for suggestions. Kirk asked for suggestions.
All right, but I'm going to say it again. I think you're not seeing the whole picture. He was damaged on the planet. He's shell-shocked, or his girlfriend's dead, or something. He's messed up. He's emotionally or physically messed up. He's not 100%. And you see him kind of black out on the bridge, or you see there's a tunnel vision that happens at the end of that clip. He's not all there, and he's asking for help because he needs it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to... I'm thinking. I don't know.
I'm not going to judge the whole season based on that clip, and I didn't know context. So you're right. It's a good point, but to me, just a first watch, it just made him look like a non-assertive captain.
He's not usually like that.
Right.
He's not usually that weak. You know what I mean? He's not usually that indecisive or needing answers from his subordinates. He's not usually like that.
It's kind of like if we were to the first episode of Enterprise that you would watch would be the one where Archer is hosting the insect hatchery.
I see what you're saying.
Like,
yeah.
It wouldn't be a good representation of Archer's character.
Did you see the last episode of season 2, Hegemony?
No, I have not seen it. I haven't.
All right, so
I have not watched it yet.
I'm not going to spoil anything, but I mean, it's heavy. There's a lot of. I mean, it's a lot of action. There's a lot. I thought it was great.
I had the entire season. I bought it the whole season for $10, and I just never had a desire.
$10 too much.
Yeah, I mean, Subspace Rhapsody. You know, some people say you can skip that one. I liked it, but
I wouldn't take it if they paid me, unless it was a huge amount.
So if
I didn't mind what episodes I
then
watched.
I just toss it in the trash after.
I was gonna say if I gave you the DVD box and I gave you $10 with it, you still wouldn't take it, or you'd take it, but you wouldn't watch it, right? You take the $10, you take the discs, and you still wouldn't watch it.
It's not that bad. See, the thing is,
I wouldn't even donate it to the library. It's that bad.
Wait. Does your library have a copy of the series?
I gotta tell you that new Uhura.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't like the.
I did not buy it.
The new Uhura doesn't feel like Uhura to me.
No, you're right.
I can't place it why she doesn't feel like Uhura to me. But
Um,
I just can't figure out why.
I,
She's not
there's
bad. Like, the
reasons.
actress is
There's
doing fine.
reasons. There's reasons. I don't want to get too much into it, but I feel like the original Uhura was more feminine,
Yeah.
if you will. I don't want to get too deep into it, but I feel
Yeah,
like
we're
she
not
was
going to talk
more.
about that. I got you.
Yeah.
Let's leave that conversation. Let's talk about the upcoming convention that I want to go to.
Let's go. Yeah, I'll be there. It's Sunday though. I can't go
I
to.
already asked my friend if she wants to go with me, and I think she does. So, but I'm going regardless.
Yeah, I'll be there Sunday. I can't
As
make it
long as it's
Saturday,
not
but
like I bust my my bank money, but I'm gonna go.
Yep.
We do have
Do I have to
season
buy
2, and
tickets
it's
in
very
advance?
popular. It's on the shelf right now.
Season
What?
2 of what? Of Strange New Worlds?
Yeah.
And
Do
you
I
can
have-
check how many people have checked it out. Like you can see how popular it is as far as people.
That
Do I have to
I
pay in
don't have
advance on
access to at home.
Okay.
I could find out, but
Omni, do I have
Yeah.
to pay for it in advance to go to Sunday on?
I think you can pay. It's like $30 or something. I think
Right.
you may want to
Do I
get a
have to
ticket
pay in
before.
advance?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
Right,
think you
I'll
have
pay
to,
for it.
but they may charge you more at the door
Right.
sometimes. So
Before
I don't know. I gotta look at it again. It was it's the middle of November, right? It's the 14th or something.
10th. It's the 10th.
10th. Yeah, I'll be over there. I'll be over there. I want to get some autographs. Definitely want to do that. And I'm gonna print some Babylon 5 pictures and have the B5 actors that crossed over sign those. I think just to be funny.
I miss the old days when, yeah, most of the controversies about Star Trek was like, what can the warp core do? What can the shields do or not do? Like, what? Now all the arguments are just really, they take it too far.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was like, I don't know. I remember one of the conventions I went to, they had just aired Birthright Part 1, right? Which is the one where Data has a dream about his dad. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Worf too.
Right.
With the...
And then Birthright Part 2 had just aired, and I went to a convention, but I hadn't seen Part 2, and everybody there was like, don't watch Part 2, it's terrible. Because they didn't have anything with Data in it. And I'm like, really? That's disappointing. So it's like people actually cared about the show. It wasn't like it is today where it's just a mess. But I actually liked Part 2. I thought it was good.
it was okay. I like part 1 a lot better.
And I like, what Worf. I like how Rightful Heir kind of followed up from that episode with Worf losing his own faith in Kahless.
Yeah.
What's interesting, Ervik?
Guys, I'm gonna go to bed, and because my headset died, the battery's empty.
Oh.
I'm calling it a night.
Patrick, you did well tonight, especially that last game. You are the champion.
Thanks.
Yeah, you had an excellent game. Third game.
The third game was very good indeed. And
Thanks
I will see you
for
guys.
joining us, Patrick.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank
Oh,
you.
and John, you may want to mention about next week.
All right. Almost forgot. Next week I have to work on Saturday, but we're gonna do Jeopardy on Sunday night instead. So I don't want to miss another week.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
giving me a huge advantage. I don't know
Then
why,
in that
but it is.
case, I will not be able to join.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So that's going to be the third.
Because that's if it is the same time, then it will be Sunday Monday morning 3:00 or 2:00 for me.
Yeah, I might not
That's
be able to stay up as
so-
late.
Need some sleep for that. So
I'll be
Oh,
able
well.
to play, but I won't be able to stay up until 3:00 in the morning.
It's Sunday the 3rd, right? Is that what we're talking about? A week from tonight and today?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now? Okay. Because
I don't know. I don't know what the professor's up to on Sunday. If there's any possibility of doing it earlier in the day, if it's going to be an issue for some people.
We could.
Yeah.
I'll
John, it was
just
good to be
do
back, though.
the plan, and if the time is good for me, then I will try to join. And otherwise, there will be just 3 new players. Otherwise, not a problem.
Planet X, you should come up and play.
Indeed.
So
I'm gonna see if Matthew Ross will join. I don't know what happened to him. Kind of left us very early, and I thought he would play.
And he came back for a
Did he?
while. Yeah, after or toward the end of game 3, I think he came back.
He's a good. I think he'd be good. You know, I want to hear his podcast. His podcast. What are they? Podcast. Is that what they call them? Podcasts.
Yeah. So thanks again for having me, guys, and see you on the next one. Or the next one.
Patrick.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Take it easy.
Bye, Patrick. So Eric says that you can see how popular certain series are or books at the library. Well, I work at the library, so I have access to the records at work. And that's how we partially judge on what gets weeded out of the collection. I mean, we only have a certain amount of space, so we can't keep just adding without subtracting. So we do have to take stuff out, and one of the things we look at is the circulation statistics.
And people do borrow these DVDs and Blu-rays still. I mean, is that still popular?
Yeah.
Discs?
Oh, yeah. It's very popular. Very popular.
I thought streaming services would kind of just
some people can't afford them.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you're right.
I prefer Blu-ray to streaming.
I do too. You get a better quality image, I think.
Yeah, I get better sound. Sound is a lot better on Blu-ray than it is streaming. A lot better. But yeah, I think theaters should do Star Trek marathons. I would go if they, whether it's the movies, like a few of the movies, or even if they showed like episodes. They used to do like special events, like they would show a few episodes. But they haven't done that in years. They used to have like Fathom events where they used to show episodes.
Yeah.
Well, that was around the Blu-ray releases. They would do that to create interest in it.
Yeah.
And they stopped after, was it Redemption was the last ones?
Or maybe Unification.
The last one I saw was the best of both worlds in the theater. I didn't go to any
last one.
after I went after that.
That's the last one I saw.
I went to Measure of a Man too. I went to season 2. There was Measure of a Man, and then what was it? Q Who? I guess, or who?
Q Who. And I actually went to the first season release at the theater.
See, I missed that one. And what did they play there? Which episode was it?
Where No One Has Gone Before.
That's a great episode.
And yeah, it is. And Data Lore.
Oh, Data Lore.
I would see 1001001.
Well, you have to wait till they release Voyager then, because it's not a Next Generation episode. It's
what?
I'm sorry, never mind. Scratch that.
I don't get it.
That's
you had to be on Trek Feud from a week ago.
Okay.
Someone thought it was a Voyager episode. That's all. We'll leave it there.
Okay. Probably Matthew.
Yeah. Well.
No, not Matthew.
So that's funny. We'll always have Paris as a good one too. I like that one a lot. From
I like
season
the Arsenal
1.
of Freedom. I think the Arsenal of Freedom is really awesome.
It's good.
Yeah, I
it's
really
terribly
like that.
it's like a terribly simple story, but it's the fact that they did it is just kind of cool.
But talk
like
about
that
time travel stuff. I mean, that was one of the first times TNG played with that, or it wasn't really time travel, just like a subspace opening or something, or a rift that Mannheim created.
I remember watching I think it was The Big Goodbye, and I was with my dad, and at the end of the episode, when that one guy asked him if he's gonna still live.
Oh, the cop.
The cop. Yeah, I don't remember who it was because I haven't seen it in years, but. And then they, like almost like a stage play, they had the room go dark.
That was odd. That was weird, yeah.
But to me, it was very powerful. Because I was a kid when I was watching it, I'm like, that's really, really profound. Just doing that. Minimum
I liked
budget.
how they did that.
What's that?
They just dimmed all the lights.
I liked how they did that. Yeah, I liked how they did it.
I'll never forget. I literally haven't seen that episode in years, but I'll never forget that.
Do you like how Cyrus Redblock dematerializes in the middle of the hall? Right.
Yeah, that was a little weird, but
You do this to me.
did you guys ever watch the Red Letter Media video?
Cyrus Redblock. Cyrus Redblock.
Redblock.
Do you guys ever watch the Red Letter Media video where they point out all of the mistakes in terms of the paper on the monitors and the marks and the lights and the boom mics?
They screwed me over with the boom mic shadows because now I see them everywhere. I didn't see them before, but now I see them. Thank you very much, Mike and whoever else there at Red Letter Media. Thank you.
That's a good video, though.
It is very good, but it messed me up. Yeah. Because now I really see those stupid mic shadows. I never saw them before. I saw the marks on the floor, right? I saw the paper on the thing.
Ron, you should do a category about mistakes. Like whatever kind of mistakes you want to do. Like you should do like an actual mistakes category. Whether it's continuity mistakes or production mistakes. That would be cool.
It's a mistake. You're making a mistake.
And like I said, I was right about Far Beyond the Stars changing the music. Yep. The guy that plays Vreenak, he is so awesome. When he played in Enterprise, he was like the mind leader guy.
Yeah, he was with the mask. He was breathing through that mask thing. Yeah.
Like you could tell he was just loving playing that part.
Stephen McCaddy is his name.
Yeah, he was just so awesome. Like, I don't make a habit over letting you see my workers or something like that. Like, he's just chewing as much scenery as humanly possible. Yeah, that was great. That was a great guest performance.
Yeah.
I think they needed somebody like him. Maybe not him particularly, but they needed somebody like him to play Baran from Gambit, because the guy that played Baran I thought was boring.
But I know him. I've seen that actor in other things in the 80s. Like, I know who that guy is.
I'm not saying he was really bad. And
it's
a character. He just didn't have a lot of energy.
No, he didn't. But he never did. He never did. Yeah.
He should have really chewed the scene. Like, imagine if they got the McCaddy to play that or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Then there might have been a little more oomph to that episode. You know, it's just.
Gambit had its problems too. That wasn't the best one, but it was okay.
I liked Gambit.
Yeah.
Is it true that if you were, those TNG figures that they sell, that the data in the red uniform is actually worth money?
I didn't know there was one. I didn't know.
Yeah, because there is a there's the TNG line of action figures. They have different characters or whatever. The one that has data in red is actually worth a lot of money if you were to find it, because he was only in the red episode. In the red uniform in Parallels, right?
Was he in Chain of Command?
Chain of Command, yeah.
Chain of Command.
Oh wait, Chain of Command was he?
And
okay,
Future Imperfect. If you want to go back that far.
Well, that's what it was. It was Future Imperfect. That's what I was thinking of. So was he in a red? So how many times was he in a red? Was he in red in all those episodes?
I think we just named the 3. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? It was.
Was he in red in all 3 of those?
Future Imperfect. He was in Parallels. No, was it Parallel? Was he red in Parallels? No, I don't think he was red in Parallels.
I don't remember if he was or not.
He was gold. He wasn't red.
I do remember Wesley.
Because Worf was the first officer.
Right. So it wasn't. All right. So it was Future Imperfect. It was.
Chain of Command.
Chain of Command. And what's the third? Was there a third one or no?
Was he in red in Chain of Command?
Yes.
Yes.
No, he didn't. Did he?
Yeah, when Riker was demoted, Riker was relieved. He was red.
I don't think they changed his uniform in that. I don't think they did.
He was. I remember that distinctively.
Oh, I believe you. He's a Trek core.
I mean, it was towards the end of the episode. It was towards the end of the second episode. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because Riker was not relieved until pretty much the middle of the second.
Was that
beginning?
What season was that? Season 6.
Chain of Command was season 6. Yeah. What else was he? Yeah, that was the only time he was in red, I think. Those 2 times.
So Data was in red in season 6. Chain of Command. No, not Chain of Command. Gambit. No, Chain of Command. You're saying he was in red in Chain of Command.
Chain of Command and Future Imperfect. Gambit, he was in charge of the Enterprise, but he didn't change his color, his uniform color.
So you're saying Chain of Command, he was in red.
Yeah, I've got a picture here actually.
At the end, he's sitting next to Jellicoe on the bridge.
I'm looking at it. He's in tan.
Data, I want to be in Minos Corva in 1 hour.
Hold on, I'm going back.
I got an image here of when he's in the ready room.
Let me see.
You're totally right.
This may be better.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah.
Sorry. I totally forgot about that.
Oops, I shared the wrong screen.
Apparently, the red figure is worth money. Let me see if I can find it on.
So there was so they made a figure of Data in a red uniform.
Yeah, because they made figures on everything for that.
Wow.
You can see Jellicoe off to the right here.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I found it. You're right.
And then Future Imperfect. I mean, he's wearing the same uniform, but the communicator's a little different.
See, look, it's $175 for Data in the red uniform.
I wouldn't pay that. No, you can keep that. That's fine.
Playmates, red uniform.
No interest in that.
Yeah, let me show you. I'll get you the link. So if you find somebody that doesn't know how much it's worth.
Arabic said, "Get it done."
Arrogant.
Jellicoe was terrible.
Uniform.
I didn't like Jellicoe.
But they don't specify which episode it's from. Redemption. It's from Redemption. Did he wear a red uniform in Redemption?
No.
No, he didn't.
No.
No, he was
on the Sutherland. No, I don't think he did.
No, it says on the description on this eBay item, it says red uniform from Redemption.
He was in his gold uniform in the Sutherland. He didn't change.
It would have made sense if he had changed, but he didn't.
Right. Or in Gambit, technically.
Right.
He could have at that point. He was literally in charge of the ship.
Let me see here. TNG. What episode was Redemption? What season was Redemption?
Well, it's 5 into 6. No, 4 into 5. 4 into 5. 4 into 5. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go into 5.
Because then Darmok's right after that. Yep.
I think it would be only in the second part anyway. Yeah, he's wearing tan when he's talking to that guy on the bridge. Mr. Hobson, is that his name?
Mr. Hobson.
Well, yeah, if you look at the eBay item I just posted, it says Redemption.
Well, maybe they got it wrong. I mean, you know, it's Chain of Command.
I love that scene. What was the episode where he chewed out Worf for speaking up out of turn?
That was Gambit.
Was that Gambit?
Yeah, that was Gambit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Worf was getting edgy, and he's like, "Come on, you never heard Riker talk like that, buddy." To Picard.
Fighting would be better. Fighting would be more tolerable.
Finally.
I love that. Even back in Ensigns of Command, Worf would always make snide comments like that.
Yeah.
Like, fighting would be preferable. You're totally right, though. $175 for this figure. So if you ever find it at a flea market, buy it. Is that what you could sell it for?
Maybe I get it at a flea market, but I wouldn't seek after it. It has no value to me. I mean, I see collectors, I guess it does, but
right.
Yeah.
I once had I have a Morn figure and I have a Gowron figure.
Mm-hmm.
Frank Morn.
What's that?
Frank Morn.
Who's that?
Indeed.
Here's an interesting thing. The guy that plays Morn, when in the episode "Who Mourns for Morn," when Quark wanted somebody else to sit in Morn's chair, the guy that sits down in Morn's chair is the guy that plays Morn.
Oh, really? You mean without his makeup on? You mean like his
costume? Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize that.
Sits down is the guy that plays Morn.
That's clever.
They had a lot of fun with that character.
Those two, that one guy that acted like Jack Nicholson was great. They're trying to swindle them the whole episode. They look like green lizard people, and they're trying to swindle Quark the whole episode.
Oh, those two. Well, one of them is Nicholas Worth, and the other one.
He acts like Jack Nicholson, or one of them acts.
Well,
like Jack.
you're right. There's two brothers. I know. Yeah, one of them was Nicholas Worth. The other one, I forget his name, the actor, but they were good. They were really good. Nicholas Worth what played Lonzak in the Captain Proton saga.
And that girl that played Lucella was kind of funny too. She was pretty cool. The girl that was in the mud.
Oh, yeah, I liked her.
Why
too.
are you in Morin's mud? Why are you in my mud?
My mud. Aravic says, "Did you guys hear the release date for the Voyager documentary? There was a clip, wasn't there? Someone posted a video about that. What is the date exactly? Maybe I didn't catch it.
I don't know what the date is.
Because that seems interesting.
I'd watch it.
Absolutely.
Are they going to put it in theaters? Are they going to do like a Fathom Events for it?
I don't know. I mean, What You Leave Behind was a great documentary. If they do it just like that, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, because I saw that in the theater. I saw What You Leave Behind in theater.
Yep, he's gold there. Yep.
So that's from Redemption Part 2.
What a terrible bridge set. I mean, they couldn't do any better than that. I never understood that Sutherland bridge set.
It was a little weird.
They could have went to the battle bridge though. You could have just redressed the battle bridge, and they went to this room basically.
It looks like the cargo bay, like that door. Behind Data looks like the cargo bay door, and then it looks like it's like writing or something. Like
they stuck a couple of TVs in the wall. They put a chair on the floor. It's like I mean, come on. They could have done a little better than that. I'm sorry. I never liked that bridge.
The joy of Star Trek is to look at how bad some of the redress, how some of the sets are.
But usually when they do a bridge set, they either go to the movie bridge, which is redressed a lot. You see that in DS9. You see it in Next Generation, or even Voyager 2. Or they use the battle bridge, right? Those are the two bridges they usually kind of spruce up and redress. And in this case, no, let's just stick a chair in a room, throw a couple TVs back there, and one console looking this way, one console looking that way, and you have a bridge. Like, what? It didn't make sense.
By the way, did you guys ever notice that in TOS, facing
November 7th.
facing the captain, Sulu is on the right and Chekhov is on the left, right? But when they get to Star Trek 4 and they're on the Klingon ship, the Bounty, it's the other way around.
Well, maybe the consoles are mixed up on the Klingon ship. Yeah.
But navigation and helm are in two different spots.
Mm.
But either way, that bridge is totally different than the bridge that was in Star Trek 3.
Yeah, I know.
Totally different. And I noticed that as a kid, I'm like, that does not look like the same bridge or the other movie. Because Krug had like a throne on top of, like in the middle. Like his throne was like higher up than everybody else.
I think we've talked about this before. They reused that set. It was given to them. That set was like from a different movie or something that they redressed in 3 for the Klingon bridge. It wasn't. They were running out of money or something. It was given to them. It wasn't like. So it was kind of simple.
Was Star Trek 3 more expensive to make than Star Trek 4?
No.
I think they gave more money for 4.
Yeah.
That's what I said to somebody. But they were arguing, but Star Trek 3 had more sets and models.
No, but the whale stuff and the city stuff, no. It cost more money. Yeah.
That's what I said, but I'm not sure. I didn't have any evidence to back it up.
Because they built the animatronic whales, and they had to do all that stuff with the whales, and then and the special effects. No, 4 was definitely more money.
I think it's across the bay, Alameda. They had to pay her. They didn't expect her to stay online at all. Did you know that?
I heard that they had to register her and everything after she actually said the lines they wanted.
She said the great line, and they had one of their agents on the other side of the street, and they said, "Here's a contract. Please sign it right now."
That's funny.
I heard they paid Shatner $1 million to do that movie, and the condition that he could direct the next one. That's the reason Star Trek 5 even exists, is because they would not make Star Trek 4 unless he could make Star Trek 5.
Well, they had that contract already where if Nimoy got something, Shatner got it too.
Right.
Basically, yeah.
So,
And
But that's
Nimoy,
it.
yeah.
That's if there's another movie, though. What if they decided to stop after 4? Then I guess he wouldn't have gotten a shot to do it, right? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I do know that Nimoy, once he got the job to do Star Trek 3, he told Shatner that he wanted to practice, so he directed a few episodes of T.J. Hooker to prepare
that's good. That's good.
for that.
T.J. Hooker. Yep.
So, dude, yeah, I eat up behind the scenes stuff, stories, techniques, everything from model work. Like Greg Jean built models for free for Trials and Tribulations. He did it. He just did it because he wanted to. He's like, oh, you're doing the original series stuff again. He built the Enterprise, like D7 and K7 for free. Well, maybe they paid him like scale or something, but he just did it because he wanted to. The exterior models, the motion control models that they used.
What for the Enterprise?
Yeah, the Enterprise, the D7, and the K7
Right.
station. Space Station K7. What is it called? Deep Space K7?
K7, yeah.
Yep.
It was just a lot of that episode was carried on the passion of everybody that wanted to get it as right as possible. You know, just everybody that was working on that show wanted it to be perfect.
yeah.
Well, it's a great episode. It's just a, you know, whether it's the hallways, you know, the uniforms, you know, I think it was Jeffries. When he was doing the original series, he would find like parts of machines and he would just paste them to the hallways, to the corridors. They had a harder time reproducing what he did for Trials and Tribulations than he had doing it originally because he just found stuff in the trash.
Yeah.
He would paste it to the walls and paint it. I believe those contraptions are like old coffee makers or something. I don't know what they were, but yeah, he would just go into the trash and paint them orange or something and paste them to the wall.
Huh.
And it was harder for them to reproduce it. I hope that when we go to the convention, they tell some good stories that I've never heard.
Well, I know they're doing something on Saturday night, but I guess I'm going to miss it. They have Max Grodenchek, and they sing. They do the whole, you know, the skit. But there are other speeches. There are other parts of it. I think you can, like breakout things. We can watch. But I'm a little disappointed because Vaughn Armstrong's not going to be there on Sunday. I'm looking right now, and I kind of wanted to meet him. And Jeffrey Combs is also not going to be there on Sunday. So I'm kind of disappointed.
With him, I'm gonna see if I can find it. I don't know.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out.
If I find it, I'll send it to you. But
Yeah.
I do have a picture of me with him. So this is just Star Trek. There's no other franchises showing up.
It's just Star Trek, and then
Just
yeah,
Star
pretty
Trek.
much.
That's pretty cool. I remember I used to go to a lot of Trek conventions in the 90s before they became just Comic-Cons. They were just Trek conventions.
Mm-hmm.
And so I met like Mark Leonard. I met Perseus Kambata, who was what's her name?
Ilea.
Met a bunch of people. It was so much fun. Mark Leonard was also in Buck Rogers.
Oh, was he?
He was one of those eagle-looking dudes. Those dudes with the gray hair that have like eagles. They look like eagles.
Yeah. If you're talking about the bridge, though, if you watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture, that bridge wasn't half bad for the Klingon battleship.
Yeah, that looked good.
I mean, the couple angles that they shot it at, it looked pretty darn good. We didn't see any uniforms were there. Like, you didn't see any of that come back until Star Trek 3, And then that bridge was not really right. Then Star Trek 4, they did get the bridge very Klingon looking, like the brown and
then
that whole
they've been
aesthetic.
using
And then
some kind of
5
grid
too.
and the same kind of uniforms for the next 80 years of Star Trek history.
Right.
I'm not just talking about in the real world. I'm talking about the Klingons haven't changed their costumes in 80 years.
But people forget it all started in Star Trek 1, like with the forehead ridges and those uniforms and that bridge look, and even the graphics, like on the bridge with those red triangles and stuff, like that was all in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and people, it's just kind of forgotten about, I think. And
So what does V'ger do? It doesn't destroy the ships, does it? It actually,
I think it did.
or does it like send them into another realm? Does it actually destroy them?
No, I think they're destroyed. I think they're done. Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're toast, because it's kind of like Nomad. It's that storyline, right? It has to sterilize, right? It must get things out of the way that aren't perfect or that can't help them get to the creator or whatever. So it's, yeah, they're gone. They're done. Even that space dock thing or whatever that the Federation won.
Yeah.
That whole thing was consumed pretty much, right? Or destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, but it was replicated in V'ger's memory.
There was a shot of the Enterprise near the Earth with the sun coming up from behind it. It's so easy to do with CGI, but they did it for real on the motion picture with a model. It's one of the best shots in the entire franchise. I don't remember when it happens, but it's like you see the sun coming from behind the Earth and lighting up the Enterprise. It's so beautiful.
Yeah,
is it when V'ger blows up at the end? Right? Is that?
No, it's when they're leaving Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when it happens, but like model work to me is just gorgeous. Like to me, when I look at like even when they're boarding in Star Trek 2, which is probably reused from the first film, the ship looks huge. Like it just looks immense. It doesn't look like a model. It looks like a real thing.
But that's a large model.
Yeah, but the angles that they picked, the little Aztec style plates on it, like you know what I'm talking about? The
Aztecing on the hull, yeah.
Yeah, just everything about the texture, it just looks like something real. Like
it's real.
Yeah, it's CGI can't really. They can get close. I didn't mind I didn't like the design of the ship, but they got pretty good with making the JJ prize look pretty real.
I think it was too big though, wasn't it? It was so awkwardly
I didn't like
large.
The ship itself. I didn't like the ship itself.
Ugh.
One of my favorite shots though from that movie was when they get to Vulcan and some of the debris scrapes over the hull, and you actually see some of those Aztec tiles come off. That's one of my favorite shots in the movie. You actually see the tiles.
Yeah,
off.
the whole plates actually themselves come off, right?
They come off. They're still like little squares. They're like little, and I love that shot.
Tiles.
They look like tiles, and that's one of my favorite shots in the movie.
There's a museum in Virginia. They have the space shuttle Discovery there, and they never cleaned it up after it landed. It came from space, and you can see the scorch marks on the bottom of that thing. Like it's incredible. Yeah, and you can see the tiles because you can walk around underneath it. You can walk around underneath the space shuttle, and it's amazing the heat. I guess it cooks those things. You see, it's all scorched up, and some of them are missing. Yeah, I mean it's crazy, but that's what they're designed to do: is take the heat, take the the heat of reentry from space. That's pretty cool. But I'm looking at the Reliant now. You got me thinking about this deflector dish stuff, and I'm sitting here scratching my head. You're right. Where is that thing above?
On the side. They're on the sides.
So not the roll bar. The thing on the roll bar is a torpedo launcher, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm talking about the sides of the saucer section. There are these little gray nodules that are on the side of the saucer. Let me see if I can get a picture.
Not the windows that's sticking up. Not those, right? I mean, that's not.
Let me see. Let me get a picture. See if I can.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Like they're in those elevated sections on the rear of the saucer. Okay.
No. They're on the side of the saucer.
Oh, the side? Okay.
Let's see if I can get a good picture. Yeah, me and Salty got into like a 3-hour-long discussion about this when I brought it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this was like years ago. This is like I think when our first conversation was about the yeah, I'd have to remember the little green marks. Those are the deflectors.
Mm-hmm.
They're little green lights. Those are where the deflectors are, I think.
Thomas says I can go on that Saturday on me. Well, thanks. Appreciate that. I do have to work, Thomas, just like you do. I have to as well. So Saturdays are tough for me, but I can do Sunday. I can do Sunday.
I'm gonna see if I can find a label for it. Deflectors.
Yeah, they want to start wrapping it up here soon, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I found the shit. Let me just share this picture and then you can wrap it up. Save image as somebody circled the deflectors. So let me put it in image hosting and then I'll show you and then we'll go. Image hosting. Upload image. And I think the Enterprise has these as well. Okay, here we go. All right, copy and paste. There. Okay. Somebody circled those little things are the deflectors.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Okay, so that's it. Okay.
Anyway, John, it was good to be back. We're all a little rusty, like in terms of knowing the trivia, but the questions are great. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
And taking a couple weeks off, I think, was a good idea because it kind of makes you happier to come back. You know what I mean.
I understand. So I want to thank everyone for joining us. Appreciate it. And we're, as we mentioned earlier, next week there will not be a game on Saturday. There will not be a game on Sunday. Although we had talked with the professor about what exact time we're going to do that on Sunday.
All right.
And
So-
Life with Matthew, Monday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Babylon 5, a race through dark places.
Awesome.
That sounds good.
Sounds good.
Thank you for that, Eric. Appreciate it.
All right. See you later. I like your new avatar there, Omni. It's pretty funny.
Keep mixing them up.
This is my original avatar from the Far Side. Started
Yes.
using it again. All right. Good night, guys. I'm heading out. Later.
Thanks for joining us, Mercer.
Take care.
Omni.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Just